I'm about to.
All right, let me.
Yeah, baby, we're live. All right,
See
get
the
us in there.
Papa, our God's dead.
What?
You say Peter
was
Piper, our God's dead?
no, our guy's dead. He was
Oh.
Rhymin, and now he's red.
That one. Yeah, no. Also I heard Your God's Dead as well. I was all like, Peter Piper, what news have you picked from the pepper bush, bro? Like, I'm worried about this.
Hey.
Was it a burning bush? Was it speaking to you?
Hey, what's up, yo? How we doing? We back.
Oh, hey everyone. We're talking about I don't know, theology and peppers. Peter Piper.
Dog.
This stream brought to you by Peter Piper Pizza. No, I was kidding. Go ahead.
Today was a hassle. It was a struggle.
It's all you already
How long
know.
have you been live for at this point? Like 6 hours?
He's been live
4.5.
since around. I want to say
like 12.
it's around. I want to say even earlier
6
than
hours.
that.
Getting close to
around
5.
11.
No, getting close to 5 hours. Yeah.
Okay.
So you've been live around.
Yeah. Wild west. Oh wait. Actually, yeah, 12 PST, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then 5 hours, yeah. All right, there we go.
I'm still going good. Don't worry. I'll be okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
No, we hear you. We know you good. We know you good. But welcome in, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful time. And we are here today for some more Curse of Strahd. We are all here minus a singular Amaris, but they will be here. They're just running a little bit late, and they gave us the okay go to start. But they will be here hopefully soon. Yes?
Ismark is still searching the other 7 castles to find Amaris.
Yep. Yeah. Usually just takes the one. He was like, what? When he came to the second one, there was just some
You think that's
short
like,
fella in with a little cap on. It was weird.
Your Saloonite is in another temple.
you think like Mario and Peach is like their roleplay night?
Who knows?
Oh,
I hope
Lord.
And like they have the Abbott as Bowser.
I feel like it's more of a Daisy and Luigi situation, if that makes more sense to me.
So Mark is saving Luigi.
Huh? Yeah.
Saving
If you call that saving, but God, they just started as a relationship, y'all. We're already doing this to them. What's it called though? Yeah, no, but they will be here soon. So we're gonna have a full party here in a bit. But until then, we're good. Also, I was just doing some checks here real quick. Salt, you might want to reload. As Maro is invisible to you right now for some reason. I just noticed on your screen.
Honestly,
Maro doesn't exist.
Better for the world. Really?
Oh
He's
my
on my
God. Wait. He showed up right before you hit the reload. Like,
Bro,
I mentioned the words. No. I mentioned and I said, hey, he's not on your screen. I looked to the side and then he was. Unless, hold on. Do I have stream delay? Maybe I've got stream delay. I'll double check. I was watching earlier, so maybe I got stream delay.
Gaslighting.
God, I hope I am. Yeah, okay. All right, I don't know for a fact, but let's hope that was let's hope I was just wrong, and we were just a couple minutes behind on the stream for my end, because now I caught up. We're good. Anyways, sorry, unimportant. Either way, everything's good and working. Music's back on. We're ready. Let's see, announcements. Once again, I'm here to remind you all that next week we have our last session of the year, and then after that it's Christmas break, and we won't be back until we assume January 1st. We'll update you next week if something has changed, but January 1st is when we'll come back after next week's session. We are having no session on Christmas because, come on, guys, it's Jesus' birthday. Like, we can't just have a Curse of Strahd on Jesus' birthday. Strahd would be too weak at that point.
He died for that.
Hold up. If
What?
it's too weak for that, I want to play D&D in that day. if Strahd is weaker, I'll take advantage of that.
Christmas
All damage
Jesus
is double,
would
and he
want
has half his
Strahd
health
dead.
on that.
Jesus
I asked him.
Well,
would
I'm
definitely
gonna
say, my son, you have sinned, and for that,
It is gonna be a little different though. I'm gonna be the only one in the house. So I was looking forward to stream, but
I'll come
it is what it is.
It's okay,
It
we'll
is
have
what
a
it
lovely
is.
stream
all
on
that
New
stuff.
Year's Day.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I love the idea that like Jesus comes down and it's like, oh, Strahd, you forgive me, Messiah. No, not at all. But I have words for you. And what's that?
Yeah.
Jesus has
You know-
a killing spell.
I don't know why. That was the thing too. I was just like, for some reason, I felt like Jesus would come down in Avada Kedavra. I was like, why did I associate Harry Potter with that? I'm just glad I'm not the only one though.
It's okay, I associated him with South Park coming down in like a Black Hawk with a fucking machine gun.
Damn, Jesus kind of litty.
This guy go kind of
Yo,
hard.
hey, Seuss out there. Hey, Seuss, how you living?
He's dead.
Ah!
Wait,
Spoilers for
or
Zero
the
AD.
Bible.
Well, yo, this shit dropping on PC1. You feel me?
I still remember. Yeah, first off, yeah. Do you ever think the people that were in BC were wondering why they were counting down? Second off, then I remember when we were in here. It's just like it's 725 BC. Christ, like you guys are like, what? What?
Dog, that
What do you
hit me
mean?
so weirdly.
Dude, I was still early on at D&D where I was just like, oh yeah, he's not here. Because I remember I kept seeing the little like thing that looks like a cross on Morrow's armor in his picture, and I was like, is he a Christian? I was like, is Morrow a crusader?
Yo, Morrow the Crusader, that goes hard. Like young Morrow out here crusading on bitches.
You know people that make like modern day D&D campaigns, when they do clerics and paladins, is it just like you gotta pick with like pantheon you choose from? It's just like I choose Jesus or something like that. It's like, oh man, that guy picked a law. Like I don't know what we're doing here, man. I don't know. I guess.
I'm about to.
What does it mean that both of us have the power now? Anyways,
They love you but equally.
yeah.
They make it actually fight for it. What?
Good lord. But yeah, no. With that being said, we are not having session on December 25th, and we will be back on January 1st. We are still having session, however, on December 18th, and that will be our last one of this year of 2023. Then on 2024, where I believe the campaign will end in 2024. I thought it had a decent chance of ending in 2023, but we didn't get close to where I thought we were going to be by the end of 2023. I'll be real. So, you know. Oof. So we'll see how it goes. Either way, once again, thank you guys for just the continual support and watching, going through another year with us. And yeah, announcements-wise, I think I'm good. Unless you want me to say the thing for Thursday, Salt. Want me to say that, or do you want to say it? Up to you.
Can.
Okay. Yeah. One more reminder as well. We do have our homeless homie sessions that are still continuing and still going on, but we are taking a slight pause as Solbino has something to announce that's going to be going on for this entire week. So go ahead.
If you've been on my server earlier, if you've been on my stream earlier with this really scuffed, video, scuffed everything. However, we have our first day of the Minecraft SMP happening right now. If you want to go check it out, go check out the people in my server, my channel. They're still streaming right now. If you want to come hang with us in D&D, I would say do that. Just throw it out there. However,
put on a Strahd skin on his server and go harass him.
Yeah. Just keep throwing like dirt blocks at him and say I am the land.
That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god.
I love the hard wall of silence after that happened.
Personally, I was a fan of the agape like from Saul that I got in the video.
Don't harass him, but definitely put on a Strahd skin.
Alrighty then.
There'll be no alliance. I'll kill you on sight. If you come back, I'll kill you. If you change skins, I'll kill you.
Alright.
It does not
Let's
matter
roll.
what happens. I will kill you and find reason later.
Oh my god.
We should roll. Yeah,
I-
got an
yeah.
opportunity.
There.
You came in at a good time. It's okay.
Goddess's favorite princess right here.
I just made that joke. Let's go. I'm so fucking
Really?
No, I
He
get
did.
it.
He did a couple minutes ago.
Like if
Damn
you
it.
fought and like you come in and like your boss fight, like Matt said Char, but I was like, what if you have to fight like a powered up Shadowheart and she's like, I'm God's only favorite princess of Mars, and then stabs you.
Okay, I mean, like, warrior princess then, fucking, like, come on now, like,
Well,
Xenon.
no.
What
No,
the fuck does that mean?
not Xenon.
Oh, you don't know.
Not
Oh,
that
you don't know,
old.
boy.
That's an
Is-
element.
I don't
Well-
think that's her name
Shut up.
either. I don't
I
think
hate
that's
you.
all right, guys. Well, Ismark has found
I'm about to.
the Mars, so let's roll.
She was in the third castle. Made it.
I'm gonna just drag him back where it came from, I guess. Fuck it.
Oh God, wait.
I wanna go. I wanna be free.
Not through the Koopas again, please.
Oh, don't worry, we're going through the perfume department this time.
No, please.
I love the idea of Marlon the Mars and Eileen dragging like Thorn and like Ismark to the perfume department, and they're just like stone face like.
Their
We
faces
get-
are
we get-
fucking red. Like, oh my god.
We get the one scene that Thorn starts running with his helmet on. A disembodied hand lifts up the little the head guard, just revealing his face and sprays the perfume in his eyes.
Let's be real here. Like joke around about taking to the perfume department, but let's be honest with ourselves here. It'd be Ismark and Eileen taking Thorn and Mars to the perfume department.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
It would.
Just because the Mars would have that heightened sense of smell, and so just even being around the perfume department is just like.
Yup.
I think this one would be good on you. oh my God. Okay, you don't like patchouli. Got it.
They sneeze and turn into like a werewolf for a second, like it's just like reflux. It's like, oh. Okay, let's get going, dog. I have to play Minecraft after this again.
Okay. Sorry.
Like cut G.
Thank you. I got a new haircut.
All right. With that, if there is no more announcements, I will get to the recap and let's get this started. We have a bit to go over.
Finally, D&D. I'm so
Right.
excited.
Did I just catch you saying D&D?
What?
Why do we keep smacking him? Also, you had the energy of that of just like, can you believe it, guys? D&D. just a minute away. D&D.
I'm
Oh
back.
wow,
Yeah,
D&D.
it's okay. Oh, what happened?
Oh wow,
I'm
hit him with the NyQuil.
I'm about to.
You've got to give him the NyQuil though.
D&D. Oh, great! I can't wait to get back in session.
Did I just catch you trying to remember shit?
What? What happened?
Oh lord. Okay. Let's do this.
What if I just threw myself on my chair for the bit?
It'd be a good bit. And both of those. Last time on Curse of Strahd, the party and the group had finished with most of their errands that they were doing inside of the town of Kresik. From checking through the entirety of the abbey itself to clear it out and make sure that there was no remnants of any of the Bellevues, or at the very least to remove the remnants, either through violence and or, relocation. Once that had been achieved and well said, the rest of the group, after figuring out a little bit more about Vasilka and what to do, were getting ready to leave. And as everyone was getting to leave, Thorn asked a riddler a question and found out why that's not the best idea. With still one riddler surviving their ordeal, the group gathered together and made their way, or were beginning to make their way over towards the town of Valaki before getting a message from a trusty little raven, Typho. The message had said that the Mardikovs had asked them to come over, and with a little bit of peering, investigating, and animal speech, they had found out that, or they had at least assumed that Van Richten was amongst the Mardikovs. And upon a little bit of traversal and travel and a skeleton warrior riding through and past them all, they made their way into the Mardikov's abode, in which a figure resembling Rictavio turned themselves into a very familiar Van Richten that had revealed himself to them in Valaki, before asking them all about beginning to ask them all about the events that had occurred in Kresik, and asking to be referred to as Jericho from now on. A lot of names, a lot of things throughout there. Trust me, makes sense. All right. With that, though, let's get onto the map.
Let's do this.
All right.
I can't wait to get yelled at and then tell them, actually, fuck you. It's not our fault.
Yeah, this is the principal's office right here.
We're like, sir, you have to. I'm gonna be the Van Richten. Sir, you weren't even fucking. You were in there. Calm the fuck down.
But Van Richten, did I ask?
Sir, I said in the Bible. Aren't you glad enough?
These guys.
These
Bro,
whippersnappers.
Bro was on Hennessy mode already. He's like, God
Bro.
fucking damn it.
bro, old men unite.
Old Hennessy is not.
Speaking of, I gave you guys the handout for Rictavio last session, right? Or did I make crazy?
You gave a
I have never-
Rictavio handout, I thought,
Here you go.
during the Velaki attack.
No, I did not. I shows that I've never given him a handout for it.
Do you think that Rick
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the carnival wagon.
Yeah.
You gave us that one. Yeah.
Do you think Van Richten would make his kids like if they're bad, like kneel on like unboiled rice with their hands up?
His kid is dead.
If when they were alive, dog, come on.
Probably not.
His kid's dead. Like, bro,
Hey, yo, let's roll. Well, we got to talk with Jericho.
Oh my
man.
God. Yeah.
Let's actually roll.
Yeah, he
Okay, I got you,
oh,
man. Alright.
Wow.
That's a
Let's
5.
do that.
Yo,
What
I
does he
ain't
say?
bad. Yo, dog, let me watch this one. Watch this one. I got you.
And y'all wonder why. Wow,
Let's
hey.
go!
Brother,
We're
brother.
still on that! We're still on that! Nothing ever changes. Yo, damn me, yo.
I got you.
Anyone that rolls below me instantly dies.
We're
Oh,
fine.
just alive, just alive, just alive.
Yo, we're the best. Oh, we're the best.
I can't.
Eat my ass, you 42, you bitch.
Swear to God.
Take the tank in the gut. Don't talk to us ever again.
Swear to
Walk
God.
away.
All right. Let's rain it down. All right.
Okay, okay.
As you all are there, and as he says he has much to discuss, he asked you to refer to him as Jericho, and standing before you, as he had taken the hat off now and moved it underneath a part of his coat and kind of lashed it onto something unseen to most of you, you see this individual. Although you know the name not to be Rictavio or Jericho, this is what you see.
Hell yeah.
No.
Dude.
Fucking
Dude.
lemony snicket looking motherfucker.
Bro kind of nothing, bro. He looks like a silver fox. What's it called?
Silver
Gray
Fox,
Fox.
you're right. Gray Fox. Oh, Gray
So-
Fox.
Silver Fox.
No. Yeah, no, silver, I guess.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember. For some reason, Gray Fox sounds right. Oh,
Gray Fox is a real animal.
well, I was also thinking about the Metal Gear thing.
No.
Yeah.
You think he
Yeah.
has a pet, like,
Yeah.
pet?
Yeah.
I feel like this guy would make a great like Solid Snake. But
Big
like if he
boss.
was young.
Big boss.
He'd be boss.
So as he just kind of readjusts his glasses and brings kind of that cane over to the side, you see him you see him kind of actually both half using it and just kind of keeping it present and onto his side. You also know, for some of you especially, you know the up close and personal benefits of said cane, as it both doubles as a blade and a stake launcher.
Oh, yeah, that shit was tight.
It
Yeah.
was so baller. Bro got that bloodborne in him.
You're going to need to tell me exactly what happened there. I have gotten some reports from the Mardikovs themselves. But without first-hand knowledge, I won't know what I can use and what I can't.
From the
What
beginning.
part do you want to hear first?
Let's start with the Strahd in the sky.
Pretty sure
I want to say that most dreadlords from their own planes have some ability to control their own area, their own lands, in some capacity. I've never seen something to that scale. I need to know what it could do.
I fire directed lightning at people whenever it wants to. Summon hands. Summon bats.
Did you get any sense of what it was?
That was elemental. Or
Elemental.
something of the sort.
Are you sure of this?
What
No, of course,
what did
Eileen.
he look like in the air?
In the air, it was a cloud formation kind of resembling that of what Strahd looked like himself.
Okay.
However, as you were beating it more and more, the shape was beginning to lose form, and it was just turning into hands and faces. Or sorry, hands and a face.
So the physical figure, it was a cloud-like shape. But as we continued fighting him, it started to dissipate a little bit more, only to basic features, hands, faces, maybe a form of a body.
And you attribute this to a wind elemental.
Correct.
Though there was something
What?
when we killed it. A little light flew off towards Strahd's castle.
So it's not dead.
No.
It's not cleared.
Probably
expect-
not.
I expected that at least. If it's
We've
part of
seen
his
storms
control,
like it numerous times.
if it's part of his control, it probably won't die unless he's dead. The question is, how long will it take to come back? You see him just kind of. You put his hand like on his chin for a moment and just kind of stroke it for a moment. No, not to that.
I
Is there anything? Go ahead.
don't know if this helps at all, but when we heard him speak, it was his previous accent. When he met us, it changed into sounding similar to us. But the air elemental, it sounded like his former self.
What do you mean by his former self?
Sort of similar to the Mardikov's accent.
And now he sounds different.
Yes.
On
Interesting.
numerous occasions when we've come across Strahd, his accent has changed greatly depending on his mood or whatever the situation is.
He is a creature of adaptation as far as I'm aware. The centuries. I did not know it was at this speed. Whether that be a natural ability of his or some form of arcanum. Alright. Anything else about the creature? Anything that stuck out to you?
Could I try to remember anything distinctive?
What else? The hands couldn't die. That was something. But I don't know if that's important.
Okay.
We already said the magically directed lightning.
You said the magically directed light. You said for that. You said, can you roll for anything, Eileen? Let me think. If you can, I'm gonna, because I don't want it to just be like I give you like a full answer like this or something like that. But let me think. I'll say anyone that was there. I can have two people or one person with advantage. You can either roll investigation or insight. If they're rolling two separate rolls, then that can't be with advantage, but two people can roll individually for one.
I think because it's Eileen's role, and I think Eileen should go for it, right?
I was
What
gonna
were you saying, Michael?
I was gonna say, like, due to
You roll insight, I roll investigation.
yeah, but at the same time, like, would there be like I don't know, like a bonus or like a lower DC due to my background, not necessarily as a cleric, but as a Pride Hand, a monster hunter? Would this qualify under that?
This is
Just to see if there's any sort of comparison due to the regular instance due to this one that we saw.
I won't. If you roll for it, I could give you a different clue, but it wouldn't be advantage for the same answer. It would just be a lower DC for a different clue, I'd say.
Okay, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll take the insight.
I'll take
Okay, so-
investigation.
All right, flat rolls for both.
Alright.
Good luck with you.
I know you don't want to, but I really want to impress this guy.
He's like my idol.
He
The Batman
is,
to my
he
Robin.
is.
Shit.
Fuck.
14, 26.
But you advantage you, right? Oh
No,
No,
because they roll
Eileen had
separately.
Eileen
Shit.
had wait, don't you have advantage from investigation checks for
It's only.
Monsters.
I think it's. Hold on. Hold on.
Isn't it for things that you are favored for, like you have favor for
Yeah.
speculation?
And
If
I
it's
just
if it's
if
Strahd,
it's favorite foes,
May
then
I
that's
do
different.
this as well, DM, or no?
No, I said 2 people could, unfortunately.
Fair
I
enough.
Yeah,
apologize.
it's
Yeah.
only for my favorite foe. So if it's an elemental, then no.
No
But
advantage.
Strahd's
It is
undead.
not. I believe what you had out was at that day was humanoid and undead.
Yeah, so no.
Yeah, no, it is.
so
not.
it classifies as elemental. Then let's go.
You don't know.
It's an elemental, right? Yeah, you shall
don't
like, bro.
With a 26, looking back at the moment, you were relatively both pissed and a bit focused at the time. But thinking back on it now for a moment, Amaris, 2 things dawn on you. You've studied with the Pride Hands for a very long time. You've obviously never heard of the factor of a vampire or vampire having anything to do with this sort of level of manipulation. This might have to be with what he's talking about the how Dreadlord has something over the land, but you don't know for at least that capacity. But something else strikes you as odd in this moment. It was the way that the being spoke, not specifically the accent, but the way that he seemed to refer to you all and himself. It almost felt like... No, you're almost sure. It felt like he wasn't just speaking as Strahd. Almost as a separate entity entirely. Even though he acted like Strahd. You're not sure why, but that's what you realize.
He did start talking like a third person. I think sorry.
There is one thing that actually did strike me as odd.
Is that turns to you?
The way, the mannerisms that the elemental was speaking. It typically, if it was made at least by Strahd, it would have spoken as if it was Strahd, but this one didn't do so. He wasn't referring to us, he wasn't referring to himself. It's almost as if they were speaking as if they were pretending to be him.
So it's almost like it's a minion of his, more than anything else.
Just nod. She nods.
It has
Strahd
independent
made it.
control. Go ahead.
Or Strahd made it think it was Strahd in some way. Maybe tricked it, or...
But it would pretend to be him, but it's like it knew that it wasn't, but it was acting like it was.
Like a representative or something? Something to speak for him?
Hmm.
And yet not him?
Or less... Well, Strahd knows from what we did to Irina. Strahd could see it. From the clouds, at least, or saw some way. So, they must have some kind of connection.
Maybe he didn't see it at all. Maybe he was told.
No, he saw.
Then it must be some other way.
So he has some established connection, but it still has independent reign at the same time. That's bad. With that, I believe I have what I wanted to from that being. Now on to the events that had occurred. It shot lightning down onto the town of Kresic. I can only assume it was targeted at all of you.
No.
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 It was actually targeted at the citizens, the civilians. Even some of the guards too.
Their homes.
Yeah.
That's... I know who was hit. I'm saying the target was all of you.
Emotionally, yeah.
Mhm. He just kind of looks forward and just shakes his head for a moment. Before he just kind of continues. It almost looked like he was about to say something, but stops himself before he continues onward. And the wedding. The one known as the Abbot is dead. The wedding was for you.
Yeah.
He lured you into that trap then.
No.
Was less lurid and more the abbot forced us to be there.
We had no choice. Or the town would be ravished by a lunatic. More so than it already was.
Corrupted angel.
That one.
That's
Strahd knew what he was doing. He just
actually
didn't have. Go on. Sorry.
sorry, just it's personal interest. I just wanted to see if I guess you can look me over once we're finished here.
Of your affliction.
No, well, yes and no. After defeating the abbot, I sort of absorbed portions of him.
All right.
Just want to know if there's, in particular, I know of the benefits, but I want to know if there's any downsides that I'm not aware of.
From what small information I've gotten from the Mardikovs, from both your tales to them and from their scouting, the abbot himself seemed to have been some type of divine being, some type of angel. Maybe a deva or an archangel or whatever it may be. Is this correct?
It's not.
From the way he fought, yeah.
Absorbing the blood or the whatever you needed, his essence, may have some adverse effects. I don't fully know. Was it associated with your god?
Not mine, but
Not
the-
Salune.
yeah, but with Levan,
Lathander.
Lathander.
Lathander, god of the
Lavander.
god of the
Lavender?
dawn.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. I'll give you a thorough look over in a moment here. Now, of all of this, your affliction, it's new. Did you just gain it yesterday? As he points over to Thorn.
Which one?
There's just kind of a scowl for a moment. The eye.
Got it from Strahd. And I tried to take his eye, and he took mine. And one of us was more successful than the other. We had a lovely chat up on the wall.
About?
War. Everything that happened. Him trying to take Eileen as his bride. And how our group wasn't understanding what was truly going on. What happened to Irina. And he offered me a deal. One that I did not take. That you saw the results of.
Oh. I wasn't aware of that part.
Yeah. It was either I give him what he wants, and he holds off the attack on the town, or I don't give him what he wants, he attacks the town, and he takes it by force.
What did
I
he
tried
want?
And my soul. Oh, part of it. He got what he wanted. He took my eye and
His head
gave
kind
him
of
my
leans
whole
forward.
soul, a part of it.
Yeah, that's another thing we gotta talk about.
He took
He
your
took
soul.
the abbots too. Yeah.
Strahd, we have a theory about Strahd, and if it's a plan.
Mm-hmm.
kind of pulls out the book. Whoever has the book, I'm just gonna say pulls out the book.
Which
You
book?
have it.
I have it. I'm gonna pull out the book. Where about the four souls, or is it just a piece of paper? It's just
It's just a piece of paper. It's a piece of paper.
Yeah, I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
So, as you know, most of us come outside of Barovia in some weird way or another, and how our souls originate from Barovia. Thornbolt. It's not Gavriel, Santa Markovia, looks towards Eileen, Tati. That's not her name.
Tatiana is her name.
I was right! Damn it! Tatiana. And Radovan. And how the souls will still mire outside of Barovia for a few 20 of years before returning. One believe his plan, or the plan he learned from what's his name? What's the other Dreadlord, guys?
It's in the paper.
It's in the paper. You know, let
It's
me.
in the paper.
Then I flip the paper.
There's-
Like,
Yeah, there's a moment that he's just looking through this.
Azalin.
Yeah,
Aslan. I can't find the paper.
Azalin. I got you.
Yeah, it's just called ripped paper.
Red paper? Damn. What chapter is that?
Chapter 4.
Chapter 4. There you go. I showed it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, red paper.
No problem.
Someone known as Aslan showed them a way of how to
The
traverse
Rex.
traverse the Dread Plains, and I think Strahd took that to heart.
That explains it. He is definitely trying to leave.
Yeah.
He's trying to get out of here, and he's trying to use, if this paper is correct, he's trying to use all of you.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's trying taking our, well, we've been living with blood for a while. But our souls, apparently. He's tried taking them on more than one occasion. Not the first success that he's had.
This isn't good. This is horrible, actually.
Yeah.
Shit. He takes his glasses off for a moment, just kind of rubs a lens with a cloth for a moment as you see him just kind of focus deep in thought for a moment. I should at least let you know, if you haven't figured it out already. If you leave here, you're dead.
Yeah. Your apprentice filled me in on what would happen.
Ah, good. She remembered something for that. Did she also tell you?
Damn.
Did you laugh out or no?
No, that was me.
Got it.
That was
No,
me.
she saved our lives, actually.
And she would do what?
Did she also inform you of anything else?
Told us
Regarding
About-
my
about-
affliction? Or...
Yes, regarding your affliction.
I would die. That it would slowly start affecting me in different ways over time, more than likely.
Mm-hmm. And?
I can't remember if there's anything else.
All right.
That was pretty much it.
He kind of clears his throat and turns over to... He points a finger to Amaris. You're a cleric. You seem to be of high caliber at the very least. Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You've risen the dead before, I'd assume on some occasion. Or at least you know how to.
Done it once here and studied the scriptures for it.
What is the first step of doing so?
The first step.
Preparing the body. Second step.
I love him.
Second step is the amount of time that's passed, depending
Third.
on the spell.
Then third step, the rite. And finally, we get to the fourth step. What returns?
The soul returns to the body,
And if it can't,
then it doesn't work.
if you had any safety or any benefit of being revived back from the dead, He points at Thorn. You've lost it.
Sounds reasonable.
What?
What?
Sorry. I'm sorry. That pisses me off. But continue.
It's to be expected. Soul can't return. The soul's on the jaw. Deep in Ravenloft.
Until that was freed, he'd be dead permanently.
Yeah.
And to free it, we'd have to break the container which it's sealed in.
That is whatever Strahd has done to it.
But will that cause it to return back?
That's assuming that Strahd's an idiot and doesn't have some way to hold it down. If you wish to kill your friend and try to bring him back to test that theory, you may, but I don't recommend it.
Much rather just say if we can get the container in which used to inject it, but by
That would
now
be
he
better.
probably, if he hasn't already, by now he probably put it into something else.
We can worry about that when we get to his house. No point stressing out over it now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thing that I know adventurers rely on from time to time. I don't want you to think back on it and worry about it or lose on it at the moment. Just be aware,
Jericho,
if you're down, you're down.
I've been ready to die for years, Jericho. This doesn't change anything. I
Good.
can still fight.
Good. Now, on to a little bit more. The individuals that you have strapped onto you. The Bellevues, as they have been called. Those are the Abbot's creations. That one there is passed out. The other one there is drunk off his ass. Are they going to cause any harm to this family here?
A nuisance, maybe.
No harm will come to them.
And this one shouldn't.
They're not-
As far as we're aware, the drunk one hasn't even been asked to be brought here.
They're not
So-
they're not diseased. They're not immediately provoked. Anything of that variety.
No, as long as they're, at least for what I know, as long as they're fed and as long as they're fed, then they're fine. We've already told them to do their part, and they'll get fed. So
However,
All
this
right.
one's a bit interesting.
How so?
I had a partner that died earlier today. They speak in riddles, not because they have to, because they choose to. However, they know things, the things that they shouldn't be able to know. The first time that we came across them, they were singing a rhyme about Strahd and Tatiana and the history between them. Next up, they mentioned something about Aknev's sins and my rage, things that they've never met before and should have no business knowing. I tried to push a little bit further, see if they knew other names, like Strahd's brother, like Tatiana,
He
or
rubs his
like
temple for a
Vasily von
second.
Holtz
He
that
rubs-
I've been pursuing.
He rubs his temple for a second. They might be fate touched, or at least in some capacity.
Well, if that means that if they say too much, they'll explode and have smoke shoot into the sky, then sure. Because that's what happened to the other one when I asked these questions. This one barely survived thanks to my blood. The other one vomited up its own guts, had smoke zoom out of its mouth and fly into the clouds. Unlike anything I've ever seen before. It wasn't a soul, it was something else. But it only happened when I mentioned Tatiana and Vasily von Holtz.
Hmm.
But they did give answers.
That might have something to do with the mist that surrounds and shrouds this place. Albeit I have traversed through a few of these areas, but I don't know fully what the dread domains carry, or at least what their purpose is.
I was actually wanting to talk to you about that.
Go.
I had a few weird theories or feelings
Mhm.
recently about the whole Strahd situation and the mist, and I wanted to pick your brain on it. Something is holding Strahd back down here. Something is continuously funneling these souls like in repeats, and it always been like repeats. I read Tatiana in different forms, or some other figure pointing to Strahd, right?
If you're suggesting that the mist entraps him, the mist entraps every single dreadlord to their plane.
But that's my thing. If And for when I looked towards Eileen, Eileen told me when she got her weapon, she saw the different versions of Tatiana throughout the life. And in that song, they said about he has to take her to the castle and then has to kill her. But Strahd's never killed any version of Tatiana from what he's seen. And he damn could have well pleased you when he killed Irina. When he brought Irina, but turned to a vampire instead. I think there's something else at play here. Something that's trying to force Strahd to kill Tatiana to finish the cycle.
It's not even just a theory. I think it's an actual thought. Because I did have a conversation with Strahd about it. I offered to potentially just stop this cursed land. But he kind of went off. And when I suggested it, he said, they're the gods, they're playing with me. I asked who, and he couldn't tell me. Or at least didn't want to tell me.
And then the idea of the mist. Being able to stop
on that note as well, he pops open a book at the moment and pulls out a pen before he just he pauses for a moment if he notices you pause and just kind of nods his head forward as in continue. But he's starting to write some stuff down.
And then it get caught octave kind of takes to a wall somewhere. And then the idea of the mist and stop gods, multiple gods, and cut them off from entire area away of Barovia. That seems odd to me. That seems strange. And then he said fates, and then I've been wondering for a while. What
Go
if
on.
the Dread Plains, these mists, there aren't just a cloud of smoke? What if it's something? Something that's perpetually trying to move Strahd towards a direction. He's desperately trying to find a way out of it. And that's why he's so adamant about getting these souls to escape. Someone else to take his place. Someone for these, let's say, metaphorical claws to sink their hand into. He said he needs 4 souls. The last time I checked, there's 5 of us.
Exactly.
That's
something that's... Go ahead.
He knows he can't leave. But that's something to hold on to it. Hold on to this dread plane. And he knows if he kills Tatiana, Irina, Eileen, in the castle, that's where it's all over. Something is holding him, something is holding everything, something is...
I'm with you on the fact that the mist may be more than just a barrier. It might be something living. It might be something of that nature. I've had something of a theory of that for a while now. But unfortunately, there's no solid proof here. This is just at the moment conjecture. And without any... There's a quick pause, and he looks over to the right for a moment, shuts his book quickly, and drops it on the ground. He begins to grab over to the side of right where the shoulder is on his left arm with his right hand and roll it down as you see the arm begins to go black for a moment before that hand suddenly is infused with a shimmering shine of ebony and blurring at the moment before he kind of points it out forward towards you, Thorn.
Ow.
And then he aims up and fires.
The eye thing again.
I'm gonna pull out Singularity.
Go for it.
He's not attacking me.
Yeah, you fired it right above Thorn. There's a moment in which you all just kind of see there's like it hits something above Thorn, and there's just a blur of energy there.
Triangle.
You knew we were being watched.
No, you just did that before. Is that him? I'm pulling it off now.
Right.
He already knows you're here. Well, not here, but in Barovia.
But he didn't know what I looked like.
Well, we don't know about that.
Okay. Let's move on. Your theory may have some merit. We don't have any evidence on anything besides your theory and what you've seen.
Ellie nods.
I have a
Now,
spell.
go ahead. And as he says that, he kneels down over to a backpack laying over to next to one of the beds, and he begins to kind of pull out kind of a roll from it. But go on. As he does this.
I have a spell that could shine light on our issues right now. But I don't have the. I only got the material recently. I don't think I only did it once.
And that spell is
Legend lore.
Useful if you use it on the right thing. As he starts kind of laying out, now you're starting to see he's starting to spread out what seems to be kind of a tarp on the floor.
Useful if I don't right thing. Yeah.
What are you planning on using it on?
Still trying to figure that out. I was thinking of the paper, maybe get more details on Aslan and Strahd's like deal, whatever happened, but I think it's something more important.
Use it on the paper, you might get some notes about who made the paper, maybe who wrote into it, but I don't know if you get everything that you're looking for, especially if the Rex had no influence on it besides Strahd's thoughts. As he's still kind of spreading out the tarp before now, it's kind of fully spread onto the floor, and now in the middle of this room, there's just a 6 foot by a 5 foot tarp on the floor now that he's laid down around you all.
I also thought about the beating crystal in the middle of Strahd's tower.
You spoke of it last time.
Yeah. But he was for a second. Have you heard of a place called the Amber Temple?
You see he kind of reaches back for something in the bag for a moment. As his head just kind of pops up for a moment. No.
I'm gonna insight that.
Go for it.
I don't think there's a reason for him to lie, but just in case. Boo. Take a 9.
You don't know.
Okay.
See, his word seems honest enough, but you have no clue. Because, yeah, like you said, why would he have a reason to lie? But who knows?
The Amber Temple, from what I've heard, is a place where the abbot went one time, or Strahd gave him directions to it. Right, Mars, or am I wrong?
We just know where it's. We just know what mountain range it's on. In terms of actual directions to it, we still don't know where on the mountain it's at.
Well, we know the general area.
Yeah.
It's still on the map.
It's called Rave Cave. Anyway.
That's a horrible name.
So.
Absolutely terrible.
So.
But
also, where Strahd was apparently cursed for the first time.
Yeah, or he either made a deal or something got to him.
Yeah.
It's also probably
is-
whatever.
Wait. That is the birthplace of how Strahd became a vampire. Is that what you're telling me?
A vampire or whatever
Something
happened with
with
the mist.
Yeah. Not just the vampire curse, but the curse that has him trapped here in Barovia. Which I'm sure you're aware of. We've spoken of before. We have plans to go there. Not yet. We were told to prepare a great deal before we plan to go. Because the journey's apparently a pain in the ass.
I would love to say to take your time, as I have been doing for much of the research portion of this place, but it seems that time is Not in any of our favors anymore. At least with this whole soul business.
Yeah.
I will say, if it comes up to any of you with any form of a deal for your soul or whatever it may be, do what Thorn did. Do not take the deal. I don't care how painful it is. I don't care what you have to give up. Do not give your souls to him.
Well,
Wasn't planning to.
All right.
I'm glad that well,
He
from now onwards, I'm glad that that's the case.
He
Kind of wish I
take-
knew that earlier.
he takes kind of an opal out of his bag and he puts it towards one side of the tarp.
Luckily, you didn't take mine when I made the deal long ago. But
What is he
It happened.
preparing?
There's a tarp now that he has laid and spread out, and now there's an opal on one side of the tarp. That's it. As he just kind of stands over it now for a moment, he just seems to be kind of listening to you all.
Jericho, I wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
What are you doing?
Asking a question in a moment. I'm allowing you to finish first.
Oh, then I have a question for you.
Quick.
You're aware of Mordenkainen?
The face just kind of leans forward a little. We did speak of him last time, yes.
You know he's still here, right?
You assumed that was the case. Have you found proof?
Yeah, him. He's in the Baratok Mountains. He went fucking crazy. And he's alive, though.
Oh,
With
great.
his dog.
Dog. I don't.
Invisible
know.
fucking dog. This is stupid. He disguises himself as an elk.
That's
he nearly
just-
killed us.
That's
But
an elk.
he nearly killed us, but because we had knowledge of his existence and his name, we spoke out enough times that it seemed to conflict him enough that he just froze us in time for probably a couple minutes and fucked off. Anyway, you think you'd be able to talk to him?
That
Get
is-
closer than we did?
Maybe cure him. So we can have a magic ally who can stop time.
He told us if we go back up to Mount Baratok, he would incinerate us, which is what's been happening to a lot of people up there.
You
We
see him.
told your apprentice about it. She said she might investigate.
Oh no, 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 no. Do you see
We
him
didn't
just
know
immediately
what-
like he raised up the glasses and he's just pulling parts of his temple together? Ugh. The second egotistical maniac I have to deal with now. God damn it.
Yeah, but better
Yes,
to have
I know
one on
him.
our side.
Yes, I know him, and I happens to be one of the few encounters where I met someone and they actually latched onto me and didn't end up despising me by the end of it. Unfortunately, no matter how much I wish that wasn't the case. However, the feeling isn't mutual. I feel like he's an egotistical prick.
But is he?
That's it.
Yeah.
Continue. Apologies. Is
He's
he what?
mad, but he could be useful. If we could cure him of whatever it is that ails him, whether it's insanity or a spell or something else.
He's the head of the Scions and one of the most powerful archmages known to man. Yes, he'd be a useful ally. That being said, I'm shocked he didn't eviscerate you the moment that he began to attack you. And if he attacked you without reason, then he is going mad in some capacity.
Well, Eileen shot him. But
That did happen.
His head turns over towards Eileen.
He was an elk.
no, I
I
said
thought
that.
it was hunting game. Sorry.
Okay.
I did
Right.
counterspell him a few times to keep him, but
Jericho.
for me,
Again, we knew enough about him and his name that it seemed to conflict his mind. That was the reason he didn't incinerate us.
So he's
It
not
seemed
fully
like he was
lost.
fighting with himself.
So
Yeah,
he's not fully lost, and a familiar face might do him some good, no
exactly.
matter how much I don't want to see him again. Right.
I also left him some wine, maybe to calm the nerves.
just
Okay.
Jericho.
and I may not be the best foot, but
Mhm.
hopefully for the best.
Well, if he has gone mad, I probably will need you, or you, Morrow, if you have the capabilities. Madness can be cured by some clerical intervention.
Hey,
Do you...
DM?
Yeah?
I remember when we were in that session with Mordenkainen, right?
Yes, that would only be 3 days ago. So, you would keen mind.
But I didn't make a good enough insight check to notice that what Amara saw was like he had a moment of like recollection.
I don't remember if you did or didn't. That'd be a specific thing, but he did in fact have a moment of recollection. I know some of you or one of you guys got it for sure.
Yeah, I got the nat
There-
20.
yeah,
on the
on-
persuasion
Let's
check.
go!
On the moment of just that of especially the name, and there was just some aspects of just
That's me. The
yeah,
best.
which gave you guys insight on whether or not there was some problems with the mind. But yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'd say at least you guys would have known that. Bless you. You guys now would have known that as a group because I assume you talked to each other about that part.
Yeah.
But
All right, then
but
I'll,
there you go.
Separately.
But yeah.
I'll speak up and say
Mhm.
like, you know, despite the fact that yes, he may have gone crazy, but there's still moments of recollection. And if I remember from us talking about it, I don't think his madness happened naturally or even by anyone else. If that makes sense.
Hmm.
So maybe
Are you suggesting his theory as he points over to Aknev?
no.
Then what?
I'm thinking it might be self-inflicted.
Self-inflicted madness.
She nods once.
Man probably has some level of trauma. He led the entire village of Barovia into a revolution that they couldn't win with a spy in their ranks that ended up tearing them apart from the inside. And then he failed. He probably feels responsible. And lost a bit of that ego that you talked about.
Or maybe has such big of an ego that he doesn't want to face failure.
Then we have
Yeah.
two ways of approaching this. Either I come with you all, or you go solo and try to convince him to allow us to get close enough to inspect him and see what is going on with him truly, so that we can at least either cure him, bring him back to some semblance, or realize he's probably better off left up there. Or we take him out and inspect him while he's unconscious.
Easier said than done.
I'm aware.
Either way, we'll need you for that. Like I said, he said if he sees us again, he'll incinerate us. Well, we are not welcome there. However, he hasn't seen your face in, I assume, quite some time. Nor has he seen your apprentices.
It's been around a decade.
Yeah,
That brings back
good
some
enough.
memories.
Either he sees you, memories come back, maybe he develops a soft spot and doesn't, or the opposite happens, sees you, wants to fight even more.
A question.
Like your memories.
I apologize for interrupting a question, though.
Yeah.
You weren't dead on his encounter. He said he'd eviscerate you. He was an elk when you met him. He was using his hounds. This sounds off. This makes sense if he is going insane. Did he have a staff with him?
Did he have a
Yes.
staff?
He did not.
I don't remember him now.
He was pure hand casting, essentially.
No.
No, he was just using his hands.
Did he have a circlet or something floating above his head?
Did he?
No?
Not that we
No.
saw.
That helps. No, he doesn't elaborate on that, but you can all assume that Mordenkainen is unequipped at the moment.
Yup.
Unequipped to all
Yeah.
fucking hell.
Oh, fuck.
And you think it might be a self-imposed exile that he just developed a madness from?
Possibly.
Kind of hard to imagine somebody going mad over a few months, but given the circumstances and the location, I'm willing to believe just about anything could happen.
Is it play a dread? There's a dread plane after all. I mean,
Yeah.
things get misery and anything negative getting, coming to fruition faster. Does sound like it, even if I know little about this plane myself.
Each dread domain does have their own incorporative actions that they can pull off. Some have the ability to control aspects of their area. Some have places that suck the life out of you. Some have some that actually repress magic. There are plenty of different forms that things can take. Here I've noticed there's a distinct quality of, well, lasting memories. It seems the power of a scar embedded into a land can cause a lot more problems for it than anything else.
Question.
Answer.
God damn it.
Are you asking DM? Sorry. I don't know. Go ahead.
No. This is Eileen.
Okay.
Question. Can it spawn items randomly out of nowhere?
I suppose. Could you be more elaborate?
I'll pull out my dream
She's-
journal.
she's
I'll
gonna
pull out
pull
my thing, the whip thing.
I pull out the mirror of Medusa.
I pull out the black thread.
We kind
Oh.
of found these,
Oh,
Like
they
just-
found us.
like on our travels. I found this in a tree and it had a weird glow to it. When I tried to identify it, it just seemed out of place, like not unstable and yet stable.
Maybe they're memories. Maybe they're things that happened here before. Or they're clues to something of that sort.
No one remembers.
Nothing
The-
concrete then.
Yeah, but Amaris' eyes are more tuned to us.
And I wouldn't really consider it a memory, as this is just notes down a dream that I had.
Maybe
Yeah.
someone else's memory book, and then you got it. I don't know.
Notes
Well,
about your
it's all
dream
her
history.
dreams, so I doubt that.
Maybe it's memories tied to some of you all then. Maybe some are conflicting. Maybe some are part of you. I'm
But
not
that means
going-
they're having an effect on the outer planes. Like this was my mom's. She used whenever to discipline me.
Hmm.
She was never here.
Doesn't matter, you're here.
Yeah.
Your memories can adapt into here. If you have any memories that have been leaking over into here, that may be why. You may have been seeing things. Maybe you've been experiencing things. I don't know how much of it's been real for you.
But
Lots of it.
I know
Okay.
everything here is just a trick of the mind.
the white
Another-
dreams, though.
It can be
Whatever's
conjecture.
important to you.
It can be conjectured anything. You can make hints of anything. You can investigate it. Could have been a writer that wrote down everything that they saw in a dream until they went mad, and now you have his book. The switch, that's tied to you. The spool. Maybe someone was wrapped around in the spool and constricted and left there to die. Maybe it was something else. Maybe there was just a woman who loved to make threads and threads and threads and eventually made clothes for all the people before eventually succumbing to some type of suffocation or death or whatever it may be. We don't know. Ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Got it. She's just gonna put it away.
That's yeah, I suppose.
I have a question, Mordekainen.
He just kind of-
I said Mordekainen. I meant
Yeah.
Jericho.
I'm tired. Okay.
It's okay. You're fine. You're fine.
I have a question, Jericho. from all the monsters that we've heard about, are there any more we should be worried about, concerned for? We've dealt with hags, we've dealt with whatever was in the Silver Dragon Order, revenants, dragons. What else should we know about?
In this land,
In this land, in the air.
you're familiar with the
Hundreds.
revenants. You're familiar with that. At least something that I know that you all don't at this point, or at least something of great concern.
Do you know anything about the worm?
What worm? And are you are you speaking as one that rides in the ground, or are you speaking as that
Ride in the
draconic? Then I repeat, what worm?
Fuck. Never mind.
He keeps trying to summon some fucking bullshit.
No, I'm not.
Jericho.
Oh, we've seen it.
No, you haven't. You haven't seen shit.
There's
Summon
something
what?
I want to. There's
Go on.
something I want to ask you about.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to Thorn's predicament, because as you were talking, something came to mind. During our whole thing with the abbot, as far as that, his intention was to use sort of a mechanical or golem, a artificial bride in hope to break the curse. And
Mhm.
right now it is under our jurisdiction for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was looking into it, there were some oddities in how I come to understand how golems like the Silka, as the abbot named it, are made, and its mannerisms. Similarly to the fact that, for one, it seems to have a level of comprehension and understanding higher than most golems, and it's very complicatedly made. And the way it's made and manufactured and the way it acts, it almost feels and acts humanoid-like. And earlier we were looking into it, and I was hoping if you
I have an
Ins-
idea.
go on.
I assumed you had made that golem,
We did.
or at least had convinced it to be your master of some sort, or that you were its master. This isn't the case. Correct?
It's not.
Okay. Then it shouldn't be listening or doing anything on its own. However, like your friend here and like many of the Barovians themselves, they are all able to live without souls. We can refer to these as husks for right now.
Prefer if you didn't.
Fair enough. Continue.
Soul is vessel better for you? Empty jaw?
I have a name.
Jericho, if you could please continue.
He just kind of looks over at Thorn and Oknev, who were just giving that banter for a moment before going back over towards Umaro.
Oh damn! I was gonna
But go ahead,
I was-
Amaris. Yeah.
I was gonna mutter like in primordial under my breath on the husk.
What did you say? I didn't even hear you.
It just says I'm gonna mutter in primordial under my breath on the husk. Making sure that no one tries to say it as quietly as possible.
You little shit. I don't even know what you said, but I know that shit was disrespectful but funny.
Yeah. He looks over towards you, Umaro, and as if he was about to start for a moment, Amaris just says something underneath her breast. You probably didn't even notice it for how softly she said it, but he just goes,
You're making him mad.
many of the people here are these husks. They don't have any form of a soul. But like I said, this place loves to imprint memories onto things. These may have been people that existed before. Or the ideas of people that existed before. That are being reproduced. They're long dead. However, it seems that your golem here either has a resemblance to someone that may have existed before or similarities. And the soul was able to attach from there.
That's the thing. Eileen, earlier, you mentioned that you had an interaction with the golem, with Visoka at the time.
Yeah,
Could you-
she didn't like me.
Yeah, I understand that, but specifically, you had used the spell. You described to Van Richten what happened.
Yeah,
Jericho.
Yeah, there's immediate sigh.
About it.
I tried to cast Identify on Vasilka. I couldn't find it, but it seemed like something, as I was just about to reach an answer, just pushed me out before I was about to find anything. So maybe it is a portion of someone's soul, trying to live vicariously through someone else.
Like I said, it's a possibility.
But that's weird because kind of what was fun. Can we tell him about your little friend?
Rose?
Yeah.
Rose, can you come in for a second?
It takes a second, but the flap kind of opens up on its own. There's a little doll hand that pops out before it goes over the part of the lapel of the bag and just hangs on out where just her head and her arms are just kind of holding her up.
I like pull her out so she's like in my hand.
See.
Hello.
This is Jericho. He's a friend.
Hi, Mr. Jericho.
Jericho, this is Rose. And my sister.
There's just kind of a blink for a moment. Hello, Rose.
Dawnbolt sister. Well, Dawn's sister. Never
And
mind.
and my brother. She turns over towards you, Oknev.
I looked straight at Jericho, stone face. I'm not letting anyone. Yes.
It's gonna turn towards Ahmed at
What
that
she
point.
said. Anyway, like I was saying, when Rose can't latch onto Dawn anymore because they have a soul, but Rose is a soul. So I was wondering, right, the whole husk thing. No offense, Dawn. Why can't souls latch onto them if it's an empty vessel? Shouldn't it be easier just to fill up the space?
I think it's more akin to, imagine you had a round pond and an ice cube. Ice cube can't fit into the pond.
Well, I think souls are more malleable than that, but
You're also thinking a little bit differently. A soul is a soul. A spirit is not a soul. It's different. Or at
so
least
Dawn
not
still has
just
a
a soul.
spirit.
I'm saying that if Rose, excuse me, also Rose, do you happen to have the ability to either exit this vessel or anything of that sort? Do you have a form? Do you have a shape? I don't really want to leave because I keep getting sucked up into the air when that happens. But I do have a shape. I do look like myself before I died. And then I can look really cool when I'm helping Thorn.
True. But in Rose at one point said they could see our soul.
Which begs the question. Rose, can you still see like remnants of souls even when you're in Miss Tuffy?
Not when I'm in Miss Tuffy, no.
Ah, okay. Never mind.
Sorry.
That's alright. I just was curious. You can go back.
Oh, okay. Good luck. It's she just kind of takes a moment and she hops off your hand and jumps and lands into the bag, and then a moment later her hand reaches up and pulls the lap over, just covers the bag again.
You know, I do have a question, since you are much more well learned than I, and someone who may have known this person. Do you know of someone called Permon the Terrible?
Ramad the Terrible. It's the Horrid, you
I
hear
was
it said.
like-
There it He prefers the Horrid.
Can't say that I have.
Kind of look back, man. I guess not that famous, are you?
Wait a minute.
Enjoy no powers for an hour.
Wait a minute.
You'll die. We'll both die.
Jericho.
Mhm.
Have you heard a story about the Vistani? Specifically in the fact that... I'm just going to ignore that. Specifically in the fact that a while back, sort of... I don't know how long ago, but I was told a story from an elder of the Vistani about how Strahd was set to be married once again, but he was killed. But the bride-to-be, who had fallen in love with him, was killed. And it caused a rift between... And it caused, I believe it was a battle or war between the Vistani.
No, he committed genocide against all the Dusk Elves.
That's what you were remembering. The elf killed their sister so that she wouldn't be with Strahd's bride. And that's what we saw, thankfully. Not thankful, you know what I mean.
That explains the elf that I did see in the woods then.
Same race as Rahadin. Strahd don't help it.
The traitor.
The reason I bring this up is because I've been thinking. I don't think the abbot himself would have just made a golem believing it would have fallen in love with Strahd. In the interaction Eileen had with Vasilka, and from what you've told me about how a soul or something imprints on a body or is brought together, is it possible that the abbot pulled the soul from the mist and put it in Vasilka?
I don't know his methods. As far as I was aware from the abbot, he's before I was even born. I don't know how much knowledge he's had. I don't know what he's amassed or what he's gained. Is it possible, however? Absolutely.
He could freely resurrect people with no components. That was something he could do. But the man was a butcher.
I'm starting to get an semblance here. If this abbot gained his knowledge and started doing his deeds after heading towards this Amber Temple that you spoke of, and that is the Amber Temple that gave Strahd his being of being a vampire, and I will let you know this now. If you've ever heard of what a vampire is, Strahd is either the first or the greatest vampire that has ever lived. This is not conjecture. This is not something I am trying to scare you about. This is merely fact from one who studies in the dark. That man is evil incarnate.
No argument there.
So, but
All the
I
more
was
reason
one-
to get rid of him.
I was wondering why, because we talked about this earlier, how Strahd's a vampire is a little bit much for a vampire. Though, I wonder
Right.
if the abbot... I wonder if the abbot made a deal. I wonder if the abbot made... No, wait. I'm sorry, but... The abbot, from the longest time... Mars, when you spoke to the abbot, could he ever heal Lathander? Or did he ever say he could heal Lathander?
Did he ever say that? Don't remember him ever saying that he could hear Lathander, at least not when he got here.
I'm pretty sure he said he'd been cut off from him for a while.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
hasn't been able to
Yeah.
hear Lathander.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he,
ever since he got
hadn't.
here.
No.
Or, like, after.
Aknev does have a point here. He said he's been cut off for a very long time, but he said it took a while but soon after coming here for a while, he couldn't hear Lathander
There it
for a
is.
while.
He could heal the thunder for a bit, but I wonder if that connection was cut off after the Ember Temple. And I'm wondering the same thing that bound Strahd, or was
You're-
the
You're running into circles and double questions here. It seems like your
Sorry.
answer lies within the Amber Temple.
yes, but
I don't know for sure. I don't know for a fact. I can guess, but that is the best thing I can do in this moment, and that's not good enough.
See, that's all. I mean, to be fair, he said he couldn't hear him for a long time, but at the same time, he also used techniques that he got from the temple to augment himself in order to be the first, essentially, test subject for the belt before he used that same technique on the Bellevues. We don't know whether it's before or after that, so like you're
we
saying,
could-
as he gestures over to Jericho, he could also just reside in the temple itself.
but I guess can you hear your god, Amaris?
I was told before I even came here that I would not be able to hear them. I haven't heard them ever since I got here. There have been signs on occasion when I've asked, but nothing concrete.
You have heard some
Yeah, out of
words and
character, did you,
voices.
Yeah, recently, like last 2 sessions ago, did talk to you like I will try.
You
Yes.
know, you've heard things from here and there. Go ahead though.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like there's still nothing like it's not like before where it's just like, here, I'm talking to you, like straight up. It's like,
Yeah.
like little drips pieces.
That's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to because I saw where Akna was going with that. But if you don't want to say it, you're totally fine to not.
No, that's what I said.
Yeah, no, that's like literally exactly what he said.
Oh,
He said
my
he lost contact, but has had like little bits and things, but nothing like total since he got here.
Oh, I didn't hear Amar say that. I thought Michael said that.
Yeah, no, that was
Okay,
exactly what I
my
said.
apologies. My apologies. Okay.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to. This place does cut off the gods.
Well, in that case, not
anything-
completely.
I don't know how it would cut off for an angel or a diva. I would assume they might have some countermeasure, unless they weren't aware.
If a portion of them is inside, they can still reach out. If they have
Possibly.
some connection that's preordained.
Possibly.
And now that's how it works.
How do you know?
Because I actively talk to a devil every day. That does not reside here. This sword is part of him. Which means he himself is not in Barovia. However, this sword connects him to it, but keeps him almost trapped like a chain, in a way.
He's stuck here.
Well, a portion of him is stuck here. The rest of him, like I said, is not in Barovia.
What's
It's
the
like he's
devil's name?
chained. It's like he's chained to the mist.
What's the devil's name?
Osiris.
I'm unfamiliar with him.
Probably a fake
Yeah.
name.
Probably.
He's helped me out. He's good. Well, good for a devil.
Considering everything is, considering there's relics at this point, everyone has one tied to them. Maybe the one that's tied to me, that's within the castle itself, maybe has the same property, or who knows.
Maybe to the Lathander, maybe to
Possible.
the Saint. Maybe
Oh, what's that little- What's that grouping called, Amaris? The one of Lathander and Selene together, representing the sun and the moon, and kind of the joint relationship.
Sun Soul?
It is the Sun Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, possibly that, or linked to it in a way. Considering this country has such a deep connection to Lathander,
Sun Soul
it
also
could just kind of
includes,
be a joint Sun Soul property.
the Sun Soul also includes Soon as well.
Sun.
Goddess of beauty.
This
Yeah,
land
figure
did.
out.
Well, this land is pretty. We're not dying.
Just kind of flick my hair back.
It's Mark's like, wow, isn't she great? Anyway,
So just gonna look
There's-
around, see if anyone will laugh.
I'm just gonna look towards Isbra, kind of like nudge him in the corner, like, come on.
Jericho.
I'm so scared right now, Ogden. Please don't make me do this.
Is Mark literally pissing himself in the corner? Who is this man?
Jericho.
Last one, Morrow. I need my questions answered as well.
If that's the case, it can wait. Go ahead and ask your questions.
First things first, then. I need all of you to tell me anything that you can about this. He raises his cane up into the air, and now where that opal lands with a tarp with a tarp on top of it that's spread out between all of you, he takes the cane and smashes the opal right in front of you all.
Well, that's a lot of money down the drain.
And where it was, the dust shatters, and out from it, almost like a point of being, shoots out a body that lands on top of the tarp.
Oh.
The cane now at the top of the forehead that he kind of removes up. The body itself is putrid. It's grayed and green. It has kind of a covering. It seems to be that of a woman. There's disgustingly mangled hair that lays off to both of its side. The body is tall, but you can see that it's mangled and hunched, and you can see in the center of the chest there is a point of protrusion as if something had bursted out from both the chest and the stomach itself.
Wait, when you mean tall, how tall?
Is that
You recognize this body and this face.
Is that
Nope.
Irina?
No.
No.
As can someone say it?
Vasilka?
Yeah. No, it's a
Not
hag.
Vasilka.
It's a
I
hag,
thought
bro.
that's what her name was. What was Saga, isn't it?
It is not.
Morgantha.
It is the body of
Morgantha.
Morgantha.
Wait, that's what?
She got what she wanted. Or oh no, maybe either Van Richten killed her or she got what she wanted and got like rebirthed. Yeah, that's
Or she got a
Morgantha.
new daughter,
You,
or became the new Babla Saga.
So
found
you
this-
found it we were looking for.
I found this body in a shallow grave.
You
off-
didn't make it.
I did not make it. No.
Oh, fuck.
Great, wonderful,
Can
awesome.
It
I wanna
seems. Go ahead.
One moment. DM, I want to check this body. I want to see how it died. Like, let
Big
me go
fucking
through
hole
this.
in its chest.
I understand that. I want to go through it exactly.
Oh, the
Like,
chest burster finally got her.
Yo, alien.
Alright.
Hey, yo,
Okay.
maybe let him cook, guys.
No.
Come on,
This
man.
is fine. I'll allow as this goes through. You can either roll investigation or medicine on this body.
medicine.
All right, medicine.
Like, before we
Medicine's
make
score one.
assumptions, let's confirm what happened here.
Well, we know it's Morgantha. We know she's dead. That's all we've said so far.
That's so far, air quotes.
So you know.
dog.
So, yeah, assuming from all of your looks, you know this.
Oh yeah, we asked you to look for Morgantha. Well, this is her. Well, it was.
I assumed.
Hopefully
Hag. Hag with a daughter, one dead.
Even with a 9, you definitely know that either cause of death of this being or so was more than likely the massive opening in the guts and chest.
But is it going through or popping out?
Oh, it's popping outward. It protruded out
Alien.
as if it could come up. Yeah,
Ah,
full on xenomorph. Like,
Dog.
except it doesn't look like. I will say, well, because it is here. If anyone else still wants to kind of look at it, all I will say, Morrow, is something came out of this being from that point.
I'm gonna look towards Eileen. When you killed Baba the Saga, and the first time we killed her, and she popped out and ran away for a while, did the body look like that?
No, I cut off her head before she tried anything else.
This
The
body
first time-
was
the first time.
This body was also down the road, a bit north of here, between both the crossing and the Martikov's home, just nearly 2 miles away.
No, but I'm asking. The first time we killed him. You all remember the first time we killed him, right?
I wasn't there
Yeah.
in session.
She did not pop out of that body. She came out of a different body somewhere else. Like she rose up somewhere else. She was an
Okay,
entirely
okay.
different thing.
Also, small misconjecture here. About a mile and a half. Not 2 miles. Apologize.
That's
So-
close.
Has anyone seen the baby?
It's not about that. uh, Jericho, you're familiar with at least hags of some sort, right?
Hags and their special property of their birthing process of how they can mutilate and change innocent beings into their own kin, yes.
No. So, looking at this is Morgantha, or at least the remains of her. She was a hag.
Mhm.
Do you know of any sort of maybe any sort of way a hag either is born from another hag or just what potentially this could mean?
None of the forms of dark magic that I'm aware of. Hags are selfish creatures, so the only form I could see is some form of a simulacrum, which doesn't involve destroying one's chest from the inside out. Something came out of her. And if she was bearing something of the form of a child, if she was changing it inside of herself, then either it escaped or there was some other thing at play. And if it escaped from the womb of a hag, that's completely different.
That's an entirely different creature.
That's an entirely different creature that I am unaware of. Nor
would
would I believe that she would do so willingly. Go ahead.
I like characters. If we're dealing with like a fucking hag alien that can cast magic and xenomorph shit, I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I can't.
I'm gonna look over the body.
Yeah, I want to as well.
I want to.
Anyone can. It is right in front of you all.
Yeah.
Wait, so
wanna
this-
see if there's any sorry, just real quick. I want to see if there's any sort of like hints of like foul play here. Like I want to see if there's any sort of remains or anything, because we know that something came out of her, but I want to see if it's like something different from a hag essentially that came out of her, like any sort of remains of like maybe claw marks or something.
I also
on the wound itself.
I also want to look. I want to see, is her womb or the general area of it disturbed at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, medicine check for your regard. I'd say Arcana or Investigation for you, Amaris. Arcana would be probably the lower. Go ahead.
Can I help with that? With the I kind of do the Arcana section and you do the investigation part.
Then that'd be 1-to-1. It wouldn't be advantage.
I know. I'm just asking because I do the Arcana part.
15.
Yeah. Going into here, and he would go over some of this stuff as he's going through. He did say it was buried in a shallow grave. Some of the insides were covered in dirt, and he did his best to work with the body as what he had. It was very bloated and kind of rigid in its state and form. But checking through and looking both through the area where the womb is, over at the stomach, all this kind of stuff, the womb is absolutely burst wide open. There are many points of the body itself in which there are marks into it. I will actually say, you know what? With a 15, there are parts of the body that are damaged and injured, and it's too hard. It's like a mess. It's like exploding from the inside. It's an awful thing to have occurred. But from the inside, you do notice that there are some interesting marks. Specifically, you look on a mark on some of the intestines. Some of the intestines were dragged back, and you can notice small points of protrusions of small notes, something of a claw form or something of that nature, or long nails of some sort. Can't get exactly what, but there's something of that.
Something absolutely crawled out of this.
Arcana Amars, for your thing that you're kind of looking at, you're not. Nothing really comes to mind for you as you're just kind of looking at this body. This goes into the realm of where you're kind of used to in the back for Bright Hands for hunting monsters and such, but whether you're just stuck to form in the textbook form, you just can't expand your thinking to like why or what's weird specifically about this, besides the fact that it itself is kind of weird. That's it. This is new territory for you, and you can't for some reason wrap it. Oknev. Someone being in the form of both dark rituals and exploring the book a bit, actually. Two things hit you very quickly. Yeah. Two things hit you, actually. One, something about the book is definitely something that you read about the book is definitely coming into your mind right now.
I'm gonna pop it out real quick and just start like.
And the reason that is one of the cases too is because you look at this body, you look at all the pain that it went through, and you see the forms of dried blood on the mouth and on the eyes. This was a horrible internal death. that you know would cause great pain and aggravation to one. But you notice something else in the blood. It's a darker, thicker form of black, but almost purely black itself. Even dried up blood, through all of its nature, even the blood that you have spilled from the hags before, doesn't match the same coloration. This being was either drained, blighted, cursed, something for as this was going on in their system, in their veins, in their blood. It was either the creature itself or a magical emphasis or something in that regard.
Okay.
And that hits you, and that makes you open up the book immediately. And it takes a second for Jericho to just kind of look over, and now his eyes are darted over to you, Oknev. And you remember there's something about this book. There's something about this book.
Come on, think.
You start flipping through and flipping through. This is why reading is good for you, kids. Oknev, you stop. You stop at a process of which you remember is needed with hags. Hags in particular.
Okay.
A similar form of rebirth or a form of a simulacrum of sorts. You need to basically send something down of yourself into the womb of a hag, and the hag has to hold it willingly. And upon the death of the person that had done so, they will be reborn and rebirthed in the womb of said hag.
Babla Saga's back.
Can I
just
pull
said out loud.
out her shrunken head that I still have?
Absolutely.
It's still there.
Yeah, it's still there.
She must have. But how many similarities does she have? No, but no. The process in the book says a hag can deposit another version of herself into another hag as a rebirth, just in case she dies.
It doesn't have to be a hag. It just has to be the person doing the ritual. You just need to have a hag because
If it was her daughter, Ophelia,
It couldn't have been.
it could have been by that description.
I'll say with keen mind, Eileen, roll investigation check.
Fuck yes, dude.
How old does the body look? How long has the body been dead for?
Who had the highest medicine check? Thorn?
Shit.
Yeah, I did 15
Nope.
for it.
No, 14's enough.
Ah.
It's not that hard of a one. But with you, Thorn, you can definitely now tell, like, as you looked over it, it definitely was in the dirt. It definitely had some issue in that regard, but it's past the day mark, but you don't think it's much more than a week, F at a week even. You think it's somewhere around anywhere between like 2 to 7 days.
It's
I'll pass that along.
When did we kill Babla Saga?
5, 6 days ago.
Yeah.
6 days ago or so.
5, 6 days ago.
With that being said, Eileen, as he's saying that, and as he's said the process a little bit, and you're thinking about it, and you're just looking at this, and specifically at the chest and how much pain that would cause, you remember the fight, and you remember moments after the end of the fight, you heard a loud scream of pain from a woman in the distance.
Oh,
think-
wait.
And then you remember a naked Babalai Saga running away from that scream.
Maybe we've already dealt
killed
with
her.
this.
I just gonna
Yeah.
say, I killed her.
Yeah.
But how many times could you do the ritual? Is only one? Let me look in the book. Can they do it to multiple people?
No.
It's
Eileen
not.
just said
I killed her.
I
that
know you killed Babla
she
Saga.
killed
This
her.
is nothing to worry
Yeah.
about. Because
Some-
after that fight was done, we heard a scream, right? Then I went after her. And
Yeah.
I finished it.
Are you saying this one's her?
This is
That scream.
probably
Now,
her that screamed out.
That being
But that's
said,
so far, that's so
that being
far
said-
away from here.
That being said, the
No.
scream was, or at least felt a bit more immature than how Morgantha sounds.
There it is. There's multiple. It just can't be Morgantha. Maybe it was the daughter?
True.
There was 2 hags still left. That being said, also, what I was going to continue on with that 14. One thing that you guys remember not checking when you had fought the snake priest. You remember both a foul smell in the air and the sounds of a buzzing assortment of flies behind a tree that you never checked.
Oh, because I'm in a cult.
Yeah, yeah, we avoided that because they weren't fucking with it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Jericho,
So there is something else out there.
You think you know where that second body is? That may have been Ophelia. That may have been Ophelia. Go ahead.
when did you find this?
Found this about 3 days ago.
How dead does this body look?
I already said it's been a couple days.
Then between 2 to 5, or sorry,
Yep.
2 to 7.
we have
So what we know, at least for sure, is that someone was working with the hags. At some point. Someone was working with Makantha and her daughter.
it was Bob Lasaga.
Babasa's dead. Stop bringing her
No,
up.
no, listen. Only a hack can use this to another hack.
No.
No, anyone that does the spell can use it onto a hag.
Onto a hack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
So
But what I'm saying
wait a
is,
minute. Fiona. How did she come back?
Strahd brought it back.
How do we know that?
Because didn't she say it?
I don't believe so.
Did she?
And also, she has no reason to partner with them. We're also forgetting, the biggest people that have been working with the hags, the druids, the entire time. The ones that Morgantha and Ophelia was seen messing around with on Yester Hill. Well, we saw them. The druids probably helped them.
Speaking of, them and their blights have still been attacking here.
Yeah.
I've been fending them off. They're not much to worry about, but their
Yeah.
numbers are.
Are they?
either way, something teamed up with the hags, and something of them died. In order for this to go through.
Mhm.
So they died once, somewhere. And now whatever they were taking care of is still running around.
Yeah. And they have a 3-4 day head start on us.
So you think either a person came out of this and that it would be either your Baba Lasaga or your Fiona, or something that we're not aware of.
Fiona doesn't match the time frame. It doesn't make sense. She's been back longer than this body's been dead.
We don't know
got
that.
attacked.
We
got
do know
attacked.
that because we know the
We-
time frame of this body's death.
And
When did we get attacked, Velaki?
Over a week ago.
She was back before then, if that's the
Yeah.
case. Was it over a week ago? That last time we saw you, Jericho.
Mm-hmm.
Then it can't be Fiona.
Yeah.
and we confirmed, Eileen, when you took care of Baba Saga the second time, did you hear another scream?
No.
But this one was far. This one was so far away. The one we
Yes.
heard
It was-
the,
Here, if you pull out your map,
Yeah, can you mark it for us?
yeah,
Berez's
Essentially-
here.
you were here at Berez when you were doing this. I found
Yes.
this body around this bend here.
And then bend. Alright.
Where?
Here. And if she was working with Baba Lysaga,
We can't see it.
Yeah, we
I,
can see
I,
it
drew,
there.
I drew a circle of it.
right? Oh yeah. Am I not on? Oh no. Here, I got
No,
you.
I can see it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Really? Wait,
There you go.
over
There you
there?
go. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. He said just
Dog,
like a
that's-
mile up the road.
For some reason, my brain was like, "Oh, look up here." My bad. Nah, there's no way we could hear that.
Yeah,
From
no.
down here, there's
The other
no
side
way.
of the
there's-
mountains.
Yeah,
So-
there's no way.
And
I'll allow anyone to also roll history, but go ahead, Momars, while
Yeah.
anyone rolls. Go ahead.
and can they do this multiple times, or is it just the one?
You never looked at that in particular, Oknev, but as you're going and reading through this or anything, the book doesn't specify whether that is or isn't the case, but you don't see a limitation. But you
Doesn't
do not.
look like-
You don't know.
Doesn't look like a limitation. And usually with
Is
something
it?
like this,
Does it say that they can? Does it specify a limitation, or there's non-existent of one?
there is non-existent of limitation.
Okay.
Well, like also how simulacrums work, if you don't remember, I still have other bodies out here. I just want this one. So, possible. Isn't that right?
From just said he has many simulacrums out there, and he's a prick because he wants this one.
Okay.
You have too many demons following you all.
I know.
This makes sense from Morgantha's location, though. She's been spending time around this place. She tried to fool the Mardikovs into thinking she was our friend at one point, and they fended her off, luckily. But
Which
we've seen her
gave-
hanging out around Yester Hill,
So,
the Druids, all of them. That she has. Well,
Which is-
Eileen found that tree nearby that had an anchor point for a teleportation circle.
Which is why it took the Mardikovs about 2 days to let me in.
Yeah.
Luckily, the Twig Blights became a mutual enemy of both of us.
So,
In terms of that, one, it's one, it would be close enough that we would still be able to reasonably hear it. if
really?
this sort of thing- Isn't that what you just said?
No.
No, not at all. We can hear
No,
it
he
all.
didn't say
If-
that. From
Okay.
where the location was in Berez, yeah, there's
4
like
miles.
mountains in the way.
Oh,
There's no way we would have heard it.
It was
Yeah.
4 miles away, and there was a large mountain in between y'all for sound
Okay.
distribution.
In that-
You would have to be like 38 in perception to even think you
Oh,
heard
yeah.
something.
Okay,
Go ahead,
in
Michael.
that case, didn't hear it. Said you found it about it's been about a week. When did we go to Brez?
Longer than
It's-
that.
It's been more than
They said
It's-
only 3.
it's been
The-
more than a week since we
The
went to
opal,
Perez.
the opal
Yes.
holds it. The opal holds it in stasis from the time I found it.
This body's been dead for anywhere from 2 to 5 days. We
If
were
you-
in Berez way before that.
And
Were
once
we?
again,
Yeah.
Yes.
once
Yes.
again, the body was preserved in the opal. Time
Yeah.
of death would be different.
Yes.
Okay.
But since the point of when you found it, which you said yourself was 3 days ago, in a
It was
shallow
3 days.
pit.
It was 3 days ago before I was able to come into here in the first place. The Mardikovs still don't know that I have this.
Okay, so there's give or
so-
take a couple days then, if
Yeah.
considering the stasis.
So
Yes.
give or take a couple days. We were in Perez longer than at least a week ago. At most, if based off of what you said, Thorn, probably around 10 days in which this has probably actually been like this for.
Mhm.
Were we anywhere? I don't believe we were in Perez 10 day at least. We were there, but not within 10 days of a time frame from today.
No, I don't believe so, because after that we traveled to Morvant, and that's where we spent our time. After that it was back and forth.
No. So again, that rules out. That would rule out her, as we know that in terms of this, it would be an instant. Again, when we took care of it the first time, it was an immediate scream, and then she popped out.
Yeah.
And we have the
So-
severed head from the second body.
Yes. So this is, at the very least, somewhat of an instant thing.
Yeah.
For mod, it's an instant.
Well, the simulacrum thing.
Yeah.
It takes a minute, especially depending on the distance that you're at, but yeah, mostly. Feels like, oh, I'm dead, and damn it, now you're filled with regret and anger, and then you suddenly will go back and kill them this time. That's about it.
Oh,
So, again, that rules out that would affect. Well, I don't hear that, but that rules out Babala Saga because, again, there's just too much of a time frame for that.
Yeah.
So it's something that we
Mm.
don't know about.
Yeah, this is something new. Well, someone new.
and
Then
we
what
killed.
convinced-
I will say, just for this guard, what were you saying for? Hold on. What were you saying for the time frame aspect?
I'm saying that, like, from when we killed Babala Saga and
Uh-huh.
matching the time frame up from where.
Which was about a week or so ago.
Yeah, which was a week or some ago. I'm saying
Uh-huh.
is the death of Baba Saga and the
secondary death.
guesstimating
Mhm.
the secondary death of Baba Saga and the guesstimating time frame between essentially
Is that
how old
within
this body
range?
is that like does that intersect at all?
Because of the body being dispositioned for 3 days, you know that this body now is anywhere between 5 to 12 days instead on
It does
Thorn's time
intersect
frame,
then.
because that's
Yeah.
being the lowest part. Or sorry, 5 to 11.
Yeah, and I'm saying
Oh.
like within that
Okay.
time frame were we still in Perez?
Yeah.
I'm like
You were.
we were.
We were.
Yeah.
The first time or the second time? Because we did go back to Perez.
The
The
first
time
time.
we killed Baba Saga, right?
As it was.
The
you
first
took-
time, that was a lot longer ago.
Yeah.
At the point of in which you had killed Baba Saga,
Yes.
you had gone there, you had went back to the town to rest, went to Berez, then went over to Morvant, then came back, rested once again, then went to Krezik, so on and so forth. So it's been almost about 8-9 days since you killed her.
So it
I feel
does.
like that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because
wrong,
when
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think it intersects because when we killed Baba Saga, that was the first time we were in Berez, and then we left. We returned to the Jewel, to the Mardikovs. We did so many other things before we came back the second time for Eileen's weapon, which
Yeah.
we had to deal with all this stuff on Yesterhill. That was way long ago.
Yeah.
Brain thing. It wasn't if it wasn't for the fact that there was one other thing. I apologize. The one other thing was the mist, the 3-day break that you guys took.
Yes.
That's something I am forgetting about.
Yeah, because we sat there and did nothing. It's within the time frame for the second time we went to Berez, but we didn't interact with Baba Saga or anything involving her at that time.
No, because you did take the 3-day break, so that would be off by like a day in that regard there.
Yeah.
That being said, as a mistake of mine, body's probably more towards the week mark now. A little bit more towards the 5-day, a little bit farther in that end.
Yeah, no, so this
Okay,
is
so
fine.
it
It's not-
definitely doesn't intersect. Okay, sweet.
No.
No,
I think he's
saying
saying it does.
It
I was saying it-
intersects more.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm saying your time frame
More.
does. Yeah.
I'm right.
I did
Maybe.
mix the 3-day mark. I forgot about that aspect. That is something
Let's
that did
go.
when I did the time frame here.
Okay.
Okay, taking all that back in there.
Yeah.
Put me in my pocket, Tommy.
No, shut your ass.
Actually,
I do apologize.
I actually still don't think that there's actually Baba
No,
Saga.
I don't think
No, the
I
math-
am with
the math-
I am
the
with
math-
Boris. I don't think it's Baba Saga.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
Well,
Why?
I still don't
because
think
it doesn't make sense.
The math adds up now, but
Explain.
it didn't before.
Why
The
is it-
time frame adds up, but to just keep the session going, I'll say it in character. I don't think it's Baba Saga. Still, it's simply because of the fact of when we killed her the first time, and the scream happened. Assuming she popped out of Ophelia's body, she took off. Now, Eileen took her down, but she was running like a scared animal. Not something that I think she would have done if she had an immediate out once again seconds later. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm not gonna rule it out, but in terms of that,
Also, was anyone else making that history check? By the way, I know Morrow got the 5. But
Let
yeah.
me.
Just don't be
Yeah.
wrong.
on that.
What's
I'll
the
do it.
history check for again?
It was just a history check. Was all I said. I didn't explain anything else yet.
Okay, well, I'll try it.
might as well.
Let's go.
There's no harm, no foul.
You're right.
No,
I'm sorry.
But if I don't get it, then maybe she'll get it.
Damn. Yo, Ismark, you wanna?
I mean, Ismark was there.
yeah. Roll Ismark. Roll history roll.
All right, there you go. Anyways,
Fuck.
for Aknev, in
Let's
particular,
go.
as you're still kind of going back into this, you remember actually talking with the Mardikovs about something that had occurred.
I scream, right?
No, not the scream.
My bad.
the day of, or the day after, essentially, when you went down to Berez for the first time, you do remember that there had been seen a group of scarecrows marching north with someone. They had gone and left Berez.
A
Mhm.
group of scarecrows
Oh, I do
marching
remember
north.
that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a group of scarecrows marching out with someone.
And if this lines up, that someone may have been Morgantha.
So she was in Berez around the time.
No, she was by the Mardikovs.
But by the Malakas, yeah.
That means of the day of where you had gone in and taken out Baba Lysaga, there was a
Yeah.
person marching with scarecrows.
It
Out
makes
of
sense.
Berez.
Mm-hmm.
Which means
They may have been going to the Mardikovs.
so it could still.
It makes sense. We've never
So
found Morgantha.
So can we agree that there's a good chance at this point that we have another super powerful hag back alive?
Well, that's not up for debate.
It's a
Good!
possibility. It's a possibility.
I never-
Again.
If you said, did you guys say the scarecrow thing out loud also?
Yes.
I've never heard anything about the scarecrows as of recent. They didn't say that. They did say that they used to have problems with that, but that hasn't happened for weeks now, as far as they said, since the first time that they were taken out of their house.
I wouldn't be surprised if maybe she's planning some kind of a giant attack now.
No,
hiding somewhere.
I mean that the scarecrows did not arrive then.
How long was
However,
it
as you
ago?
had been
You said weeks. Can you narrow it down?
about 3 weeks ago, they said 3 weeks or so.
3 weeks.
That was when their house was taken for the first time. You all came in to fix it, essentially.
That was 3 weeks ago? Damn.
That was about 3 weeks ago. Three, and then some. Couple days. But yeah, go ahead.
Just saying, alongside that, the second time we arrived in Perez, the skull wasn't there anymore, right?
No.
No, I was gone.
I was very sad about that.
Yeah. And Fenric, Jericho, if you don't know. There was a floating giant skull that Baba Saga used to travel around in.
Mm-hmm.
And when we killed her, well, it just stayed floating outside of a fucked up house. But when we went back a second time a few days later, well, it was gone.
Yeah.
I believe it was floating in a direction.
I've heard some
No,
of the
it was
stories.
floating still.
I've heard some of the stories from this Baba Saga through the Mardikovs, and just of what had happened, what had occurred in your tales of adventure. It definitely seems, at the very least, that she's some form of either a hag or something that partakes in cursed magic, whether they were humanoid at one point or whatever they are.
Yeah. She also had a weird glowing fake baby. If that gives you any type of insight about anything.
Still confused. The baby looked angelic for some reason, and always.
I don't think.
Maybe that's something
How-
personal to her. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Amars.
probably.
I think that's just an obsession. I don't believe. I think we
Might
found
as well.
out that at least during the battle, didn't you find out, Ahmed, that the baby wasn't even
It
real?
was hologram.
That's what I said.
Yeah. But wait, actually, when I saw the baby, right,
Uh-huh.
it looked like it was like in the crib. It looked like it was not well taken care of, but it looked like it had like there was nothing around it, nothing that could harm it.
No,
It looked
not
like
at all.
very meticulous, even.
Yeah, it was perfectly crafted. It has, although the crib itself, while it was still very well made, it still looked a little malicious. But besides that, and especially inside the crib, the baby, everything, it was pristine. Like the level of detail that a collector would have for their figures and such. Like pristine detail of both that baby and the crib, the sheets being taken care of, everything basically.
But I have a weird question, Mr. DM, because this hits on a little hag lore.
Go for it.
Was the baby a boy or a girl?
The baby seemed to have been a boy, but you're not sure without fully checking. But it seemed more like a boy than a girl, only because of the length of hair and some small features.
I'm
That was
gonna,
about
I'm
it.
gonna say this out
Maybe you can
loud.
take into the light. You can take it when outside where the light is better and take a look at
No, but
Good
that's
reference.
it was weird because she had again fake baby, very weird already. But everything around it was meticulous. Everything was perfect. Like it wanted to take care of it. But the baby wasn't. It wasn't a boy, or it was a boy, but not a girl.
What?
And I know hags are very particular about girls for whatever reason.
Yeah.
True.
So why was it so fixated on this little male baby, fake male baby, with golden hair, blonde hair?
Yep. It
Blonde
it, it,
hair.
yep, baby almost had an angelic stream to it almost. Mara, go ahead as well.
Just because I believe I've managed to piece this together.
Oh.
How long? I just need to know for sure. We've been in Barovia, I want to say for
Last time I calculated it, it was 36 days to the T.
we've been here 36 days.
Mhm.
Okay.
I
All right.
could be off a day or two. I did calculate the 3 days then. I didn't calculate the 3 days for this. I do apologize. That is
So-
completely on me because I
My
did
bad.
that
All
math
right.
3 days ago.
I'm just gonna between a range of 36 to 40 days. That's seems the best. Okay. So to sum this all up, I believe it was on our on our right after we had gone to Valaki. Dropped Irina and Ismark off and turned back for the hag. That was what? 5, 6 days from when we first came into Barovia?
I met you all when you said you were on your second day. We stayed a day inside. If it was the first time you made it to Valaki, that was either your fourth or third day, depending on if you counted that house.
Okay.
House.
We went, we fought Morgantha and her 2 daughters. We killed one of them, which I believe was Ophelia at the time.
It was Defena.
It was Defina first.
Yes.
And then Ophelia and Morgantha got away.
Yes.
Othman burned down the windmill, and that's how we got frickin' Myrtle.
Yep.
That was, if I'm correct, 3 days after.
No, that was the third or fourth day that you did that. If you count the house or not, if you count the Durst house, that was your fourth day. If you don't count the Durst house, that was your third day.
So that was around our third or fourth day.
Yeah.
We then dealt with Baba Asada, what? A week later? When we first came to Perez.
Then almost a week later, not when you came to Perez, when you went over to Yester Hill, you saw them both again. And I will say this does wrap around to Keen Mind as well here.
Yeah.
That Eileen, you could essentially have said this to the group if you wanted to. They did look a bit different. They did have some strange markings on them that time around.
The ritual.
I remember that.
Yeah. And I don't remember if this was the case, but I'll just say this now because who cares? They're dead.
Air quotes.
Thorn and Aknev, actually, because this would be more of you two at this point in time. If you had seen them from the front as you were looking at them, you would have seen that their eyes were like darker, like almost blackened.
With that match look on the black, that weird ichor from their bodies came out of.
Kind of.
Damn it! It is fucking Babalai Saga.
Let's go!
Yeah.
I mean, not let's go, but like.
So, aligning with all this, with everything that's happened, there are only I'd say two, maybe three possible options, because we know Defina is dead. We know that Baba Lasaga was killed twice.
Yes.
And we know that the second time we heard a scream and Baba Yasaga came out. Now.
First time.
Now. This body right here. Have we identified who it is?
It's Morgantha.
We said the Maganta.
Yeah.
This is
without
Morgantha.
without a doubt, you're sure this is Morgantha.
So this is Morgantha.
You're not gonna forget her face. How much you
So
will hate
the
her.
question is,
And the scream when Babalai Saga was reborn was like a young girl's scream, which is no
so
Ophelia.
can we? So we're assuming the scream was Ophelia
Yeah.
The first time.
the first time. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is where I am at. Do I believe that the last hag we're looking for? Because at this point, I don't think there are any more. The question is that Baba Saga? Do I believe so? No. Could it be? Maybe. Could it be another hag that we did not account for? Possibly. Maybe it's possibly. The only thing unconfirmed is whether or not it's Ophelia. Whether or not that first scream was Ophelia. That's the only thing.
We did check out the body, didn't we? The first time?
Nope.
Did not? Okay. Well, if it does help, Ophelia and Morgantha had weird dark markings and their eyes were the same color as I kind of rubs his hand in his Ika for a second.
That one's dried out, but fair enough.
Right, thank God.
Yeah.
That
might actually that actually might mean something here. One of the problems that I was having of this is how were they going to get the hags to agree to this? They would be killing themselves with this ritual.
Unless it was someone that can bring him back after.
Unless it was someone that can bring them back, someone that could give them some type of a power, or someone that they were sure that wouldn't die.
Yeah.
And if they had markings on them, if they had a strange aura to them afterwards, whether that was from the ritual, or maybe that was from an ability given to them by this Babalai Saga, depending on how powerful she is.
They
Which,
could have made a...
from what I've heard from both of you all, and from Davian, there's at least some merit to her magic.
My question is, right, the Morgantha and Ophelia, they had a broken coven because they only had two of them. Could Baba Saga fill that coven role, and if doing so, chose to give that ritual to them as a, how you say, payment for joining their coven?
This stems onto whether or not she's a hag, or if she would even gain anything from being in their coven. Generally speaking, there are benefits to being in a coven for most hags, which is against their own selfish nature, but it's viable for them. That being said, the power that Babalai Saga has exceeds that of a normal coven.
Yeah. I was about to say, there's no need for her to make it. And even if she was in a coven, they weren't there, or at least they weren't close enough to help her in the fight.
Well, I don't know.
We heard the scream, yes, in which the next one popped out, but they still weren't all close enough. I think it's more likely that, as you stated, they didn't believe that she could go down, but again, it's all conjecture.
Yeah. Either way, Babalai Saga not. There's more than likely another hag out there.
I just wanted to see.
Had a few days to marinate in the world.
I wanted to see if this was part of the attacks or what was going on here, to see if we could possibly stop future ones or find out where they are. That being said, I don't think this will help in any form. I have spoken with the dead also, before you ask. That is how I knew her name, at the very least. She was rather clammy about most other things.
Then, what if we go back to that grave site? Or where she allegedly died? Maybe I can find the track.
Possibly. But that trail has gone cold for over a week at this point.
Isn't it kind of strange that someone actively buried her body?
I was thinking that.
And yeah, kind of like the hand that's not on the cane just kind of like wags the finger for a moment and points over to Eileen on that regard there without looking at her directly.
Especially because who would
Something I was
be
hoping you would
close
enlighten
enough?
me for.
Who would be close enough to actually bury the body when it happened?
It was a rush.
Specifically.
It was rushed as well.
The person that climbed down on the body, not wanting to know that they came back another time, if it is Barmalai Saga.
So then,
It makes sense if it's a shallow grave as well, a rush shallow one.
so then,
And-
if we're assuming that Ophelia died, then who would be with her? With Morgantha?
The person that crawled out of Morgantha.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Barbalai
And-
Saga, if it was her, crawled out of Morgantha, knows that we are actively looking for them, wanted to hide it, hastily dug a shallow grave, threw the body in there, and fucked off. Makes sense. Classic murder trope. Somebody who's too busy trying not to get caught, so they don't really cover up their tracks.
And
We've
don't
seen it
forget.
before.
And don't forget as well, two other aspects. One, the spell, which Aknev, you remember. There's also the statement at the end of it that you made as well. The person, when they get brought back, they're in a super state of weakness.
I was gonna
They
say.
are not. Go ahead.
I
Yes.
was
Go for
literally
it.
gonna say
All right. Go ahead.
that doesn't make sense though, because when I went after Babele Saga, she was weak. She could barely walk. How would she have the strength to even dig a grave?
Shallow grave makes sense.
No.
Again, she walked. She was actively running away from you. If you have enough strength to do that, you have enough strength to dig into the dirt with something for an inch or two and drag a body into it.
Eileen.
But
Especially if it comes out of a more, don't know if this is how it works, a more mature body. The one that you took after crawled out of a child. This one crawled out of a fully grown hag. It could make a difference.
Eileen, when you were hunting her,
Mhm.
was she scared?
Very
Terrified
much
even.
so.
What's to say that she was scared coming out here, and that played into a reason to dig such a shallow grave and just get out of here, coward, like Dawn said.
Yeah,
Not
And
strong enough, but had to do something.
And
Wow.
there's something else that you all forgot that you said. He looks expectingly.
Something
we forgot, so.
that we said.
Could I try to remember?
I'll allow anyone that wants to roll history, sure.
I already said we forgot, so what?
Oh, finally, let's go! Come on, let me see if I can catch up with that. Damn, never mind.
Alrighty then. Let's.
He heard you forgot. He just kind of waited a second still after.
No, I know. That's why I'm not
Yeah.
rolling, because
Yeah,
I was
you're
just
fine.
like, fuck what?
Something that we forgot that we
Whoa.
said.
16.
Eileen, it hits you, and Maro, you look at her thinking, yeah, there's like, what she got something. What could she get? And your eyes both lock for a second, and almost telepathically, she sends the idea to you as you both remember. A being walked north from Berez with a grouping of scarecrows.
I was about to say.
Oh, there you go, Morris. We'll count that as bonus
Yeah.
points for you too.
I was about to say. She's mentioned that she was with someone was with scarecrows. She didn't bury it. Probably one of the scarecrows did.
Probably one of them too.
Which would give her more
Makes
time
sense.
to run.
That being.
Which means that
And if she was worried and panicked, if the reason that the scarecrows never got here, you may have inadvertently stopped an attack, and she had to force those scarecrows to go and help her to get her out of there.
yeah.
Makes
I'm
sense.
assuming those scarecrows aren't exactly the best grave diggers.
Looks like you may have saved the Marty cause on that one.
Well,
Inadvertently, but good.
Which also means if they were working with Babale Saga is one of the people targeting these people. But why? Go ahead.
well, the Mark has said they've had.
Wait, hold on.
We do not talk about it.
Hold on.
You don't have to, but I will say The Mardikovs trust me in a fair bit of capacity.
Bring
And if
Dobby
you, want
in.
me, if you want me to keep helping them, you're going to need to tell me what
Bring
you know.
You
Dobby
need
in.
to, yeah, you need to get Davian and ask him. It's not our place.
No, we need to bring him like right now because I think I figured out what's going on here.
It's also been a few days, so
All
let's
right.
say there's not another attack planned now. The sheep's all
I'm,
patched up.
Allow me to clean this up then, and then we'll bring in Davian. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Amaris, while I clean this up.
I mean, I know we can't mention it effectively, but I mean, we can still go back to what we saw on yesterday, Hill, right?
Yeah.
We can, but we're here in their house. It's easier to have Davian come in and explain the
Does
thing
anyone-
that
does-
relies on their
Oh.
family.
Does anyone need to look at this body before I put it away again?
Just for a second, I'm gonna pull out the book and just try to make sure there's nothing else lingering about this. Then,
What do you mean by that? Do you mean like you're because that's a whole book? If you're just saying like I want to read this whole thing,
I'm going back to the hack
just trying
section.
yeah,
The hack
the
section
note,
on this ritual.
yeah, the note, this isn't like a full-on organization book. This is
I
like
know.
it goes from like thought to thought to idea. This is like a collection of pieces of work over the years. But I will say I'll allow you to just quickly, briefly roll an Arcanum check with disadvantage because you are having to just flip, and you're probably gonna diagram it like word by word by word as quick as you can.
No.
I apologize. Nothing really comes to you in like the.
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to do it once over, just in case like we missed anything, just in case.
All right.
Could I potentially do it with investigation?
I'll allow an investigation. I'll allow it.
Let's go.
27.
Okay. 27. Okay. I will say there are points of the body in which something definitely perpetrated or not protruded outwards from the stomach, from all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of details, a lot of markings, a lot of notes for that. But you want to always look into investigate things that just don't make sense to you, that are not the obvious thing. And you notice it. You notice it within maybe about a quick 40-second look or so through. The clothes are broken up and shot through, the ones that kind of surround her. There's big markings and big tears onto there. But it's only into the center and the stomach. However, you notice light marks of claw marks onto the sides. You're wondering maybe she had gone and grabbed her own sides and just from the pain maybe and scratched herself to just keep whatever is in, maybe something of that mark or something in that regard. But you see that the way that the hand marks for the claw are in reverse to how someone puts their hands to their side. So it had to be someone else. You see that on her belt, there's a cut mark. Something was taken from her. Maybe one thing, maybe two things, but she had something on her side that was taken in a quickness.
Whoa.
That's about it, though. You have no idea what or why or how, but that is just something that you can pick up with a 27 through investigating this body further. That's the last detail you got.
I'll point that out to Jericho.
Maybe something that.
What do hags usually keep by their side?
Covens can make all sorts of things when combining their power. They make hag eyes. They can make
Ingredients for
soul
spells.
bags. They can make banes. They can make fetishes. They can make whatever they wish. So something that Babalai Saga might have thought was worth taking. Did you know of any of those with them at the time of? Anything special they were carrying? You've encountered them more than I have.
She'll think.
I only encountered them personally the one time. And it was when they were obsessed with those dream pies that they were doing. Killing kids, turning them into aphrodisiacs.
Anyone can roll history. Eileen, you have advantage because of keen mind on this one.
Well, if we're going by a trend, right? the hag
Next in line.
attacks. The hag attacks always usually end up or something. The crystals. The one from yesterday hit with the Strahd statue.
Please.
The one.
Harold,
Can we not
what's
say
it
that?
to?
Never
No,
mind.
it's what we've been keeping secret.
Yeah,
I thought it was-
that's
No,
why we
we-
were. That's why we weren't
thought we were
talking
keeping
about
the.
that part.
I thought we
Yeah.
were keeping secret the whole Baba Saga beefing with them part.
No.
No.
That he's
That's what I
aware
was
of
gonna say
that.
earlier. I was
Oh
gonna say
well,
that one.
it was everybody else went for the crystals, so I
Yeah.
assumed you were on the page
No,
with
Yeah.
everybody else.
It was the crystal because the Mardikovs told you not to sell that to a soul, essentially.
No. I was trying to say the whole Baba Saga, like, oh yeah, Baba Saga was beefing with their family for like generations.
He knows that.
Well,
Well,
he
he
didn't.
said that he's
yeah,
aware
he
of
didn't
like,
say that
the,
they've been
the
beefing.
discourse
but
between them.
yeah, he knows that she's that, but he never said that they've been beefing. But he's assuming that they're beefing now at the very least. But yeah, the crystal was the thing. However, I will say, Amaris, there's a faint memory that you have that's just barely grasping at you, because it was so long ago. It literally is at the cusp of the keen mind, like the day of.
Oh, 15.
15.
My bad.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I rolled 22.
22. I know. That's why I'm saying. At
And
the cusp of the keen mind. No, this was a DC 20.
Damn.
Very, very long ago, you do remember at the very least, Eileen, when Defina died, Morgantha didn't leave. She grabbed something off of her body and then left. There was something.
We just don't know what that something is.
You don't know what that something is. She grabbed, seemingly, I believe, if I can remember correctly, because that was 2.5 years ago. She had grabbed, I believe. Yeah, she would have grabbed a small something that she was holding in her hands that gave a soft red glow and a bag.
holy shit! It was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
I guess, like...
I don't even remember. Fuck.
I know. Me neither.
God damn.
We have these recorded. I have things that have been going on for a while, bro.
Yeah, but like the minute that you said like, I realized like, oh, we're at episode like 100 something. I'm like, wait, shit, that is actually.
Oh yeah, we're 4 months away from 3 years of Curse of Strahd.
Oh my lord, get us out. Anyways, continue.
I think Eileen's just gonna say... I think... I know exactly what she took. But... I don't have permission to say it.
I will say, because of your past investigation here, of the colorations that it was, you got red, green, blue. You have red and green. You're missing blue. Just so
But
you
never
know.
mind.
Yep.
I take that back.
I know.
There's something... It was a small bag. And it was a glowing red object. That's what Morgana took off of Elfina's body. Morgantha might have had that red bag.
As you're still kind of going over the body at the moment, Aknev, just kind of like going through it, he pops the book that he had open and he starts kind of moving through to pages as he's just kind of passing through and going until he kind of stops for a second. So I think I had mentioned it then. Dependent on the bag's a bag. If it had any specialty to it, that's conjecture here or there. Glowing red crystal in a bag, however, that's a little more special. And let me just grab this. I want to make sure the name. Apologies. Trying to find a specific chapter. Didn't think that this was actually going to be talked about.
Let's go, secret chapter.
Yes,
What,
let's go.
what happened? I was muted for a bit at a raid.
I knew it.
Secret
You-
tunnel.
I knew
Secret tunnel.
Matt.
There's no blue jewel yet. I don't know what you're talking about.
But you said it was gone for good. I knew
But that's
something
what
was
literally
there.
everybody else has said.
Nah,
They
I-
also, this has nothing to do with the jewel. I don't know what you're on about.
It does.
It has
This
literally
one, this
not.
one, you already found the red one. You already found the red one.
Yeah, we've already found the red
unless-
and the green jewel.
No, no,
This has
I'm-
nothing
Unless
to
they
do with
somehow
that.
found a way of changing blue to red.
There you go.
What if they Lulu the jewel and now there
No,
is
no, no.
It might be a jawbreaker. Maybe they licked it for a while to change color.
No. Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? No, I'm about to cook right now. I'm about to cook, but we'll find. We'll see.
We have Blossom, we have Buttercup. Now we need Bubbles, right?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's been lost for dozens and dozens of years.
Oh,
She's fine. Hopefully.
I want to be like in fucking Rorschach or something.
What-
That'd
do you
be
think-
really funny.
Do you think the Powerpuff Girls low this Strahd? I feel like they're giving
No.
a good fight.
Yes and no. It depends on what episode we're talking about here.
True.
I'm trying to find it. I do apologize. It is taking me a second to actually find this thing. I
We could
will.
go to break and you could
I
look
was
for
gonna
it.
say, do you want to
We could.
go on break? We've
Yeah,
been
if
here
you
for
guys-
2 hours.
If you guys want to go to break real quick, we can. I'll look for it in between. I apologize. My notes are a little disorganized right now. But I know the name. I just want to I know the semblance of the name. I just want to make sure I get it right.
It's
But
the-
we will go to break as he turns the book over to you guys and points at a little symbol. And we'll get to what that is on the end, at the beginning of the break.
It's the blue stone of Verde.
Yes.
We're back on salts. We're not back on stones yet.
Okay, well he's deafened, so fucking until he's undeafened, I don't care.
Yeah, he's stupid.
Well, he came in for his. Oh my god.
I am back on mine.
His
There it
face
is.
smells like cheese.
Oh my god.
Come on, man. Hey, yo, bro.
Oh, good.
But like until we, but like, yeah, no, we got this.
Yeah, no,
Well-
she'll be easy. She'll be easy to deal with as long as we find her.
Well, it
She's-
depends on
she's
what
fucking
the
fine.
red bag has, you know. It depends.
His face
I-
smells
But
like cheese.
my issue is
I ain't
with
worried
her-
about it.
My issue is with her is my problem is I think she's gonna be one of like those like salty like Halo players. Like you beat their ass so bad that the second they see you, they were at the rocket launcher. I think she's gonna nuke one of us the second we see them. There's like no conversation. Finger of death. Goodbye.
I mean,
I'd love to
you
see
guys
her
had
try.
you guys had the
She
drop on her
almost
that
did.
first time. You guys had
We
the
had
drop
the
on her that
drop-
first time, and
we
she
had the
almost
jumper.
insta killed Morrow.
Yeah, but she
well,
failed.
True, but remember, she did fail. But let's not forget, when she just walks down, see, like pops the corner. Oh hi, what?
Listen, all I'm saying is, I swear to God, this better be the last motherfucker aside from the Order that we have a goddamn rematch with, because
Yo, I'm tired of these.
y'all know my stance on this shit.
Honestly,
I'm fucking pissed.
He's reusing content in like New Game Plus, but we're still not New Game. Honestly, I'm annoyed. Doc says like, "Hey, let's do the same."
What's
boss
that
with
phrase? What's that phrase that you got? That you got, Michael? Every time you see the Order and they see me,
Damn, that joke is not.
you know that Resident Evil, when you say that Resident Evil thing.
Oh,
Mátalo.
The fact that Joy instantly clicked for Michael, he was like, huh?
Like deadass. Order the Silver Dragons,
Believe
they're
it.
just like. Order of Silver Dragons is basically just like what now? What's the shit like Weapon X? That's what her name. Like the tyrants. Fucking they're just like walking around.
Don't give him that credit.
Maybe Vladimir. Vladimir's kind of sick.
Vladimir can be. He can be like the original tyrant, like the one Rebecca fought. Yeah.
So like, hear me out. I'm sorry, Mars, but like, Ismark needs to become Escher, but like good. Yeah.
I thought Morrow was Escher, but good.
Did I say Escher? Fuck.
You want to say that again? You son of a bitch.
I meant Wesker.
What did you say?
Wow. What a
Ismark, I want to
drastic
spend the
difference
night
in
with
character.
you. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spend to play with you.
I want Wesker.
I'll beat your ass in 3. Get over here, son of a bitch.
I want him to charge across the map into Strahd, punch him in the stomach. I want it to be the Resident Evil DLC where he gets that power move and just 1, 2, 3, boss dies. I want that for Strahd. I want him to do that.
I need an egg.
Okay. Let's get back into it.
Wesker Ismark. Someone draw that.
Westmark.
Westmark.
God. All right. So, as it was for last session, essentially the crew had started talking to Rictavio, aka now Jericho, and had been discussing over the events that had happened and coming into more and more information, such as the lack of being able to bring back Thorn if he truly perspires, the whereabouts of both Morgan. Huh?
Expires. Perspiring is sweating.
Did I say perspire?
Yes, you did.
I thought I said expire. Oh, weird.
No.
And Thorn never sweats. He's never worried. Ain't that right, Thorn?
No.
Lie.
I could see him. I could see him in an Old Spice commercial.
Anyways,
All right. To that event, some of what possibly the cloud being of Strahd was, some of the past of or the idea that maybe the ancient temple might hold more clues, and a little bit of an idea of what more Baba Saga and some of the events that had surrounded her were before they continued on to find out one more thing. Before he turns around the book and shows a small, a very drawn through gem. A gem with a little bit of a faint glow, and on top of it, as he points over to a marking of it, it's an Elvish writing. But anyone that can read Elvish, it says Heartstone.
I can read Elvish actually.
The card game?
I was gonna say they play Hearthstone.
Bro, maybe that's his Mario's calling. It's Hearthstone, not Three Dragon Ante.
The campaign self implodes.
Hold on, do I read Elvish? Let me check that. Because this could actually be very important for the next multiple things I have to say.
Nope. I'm 2 semesters.
Spanish 2 semesters.
¿Cómo estás?
Hold on, don't worry, guys. Let me come in here. Right.
Yo,
So only I
What?
Spot the bumpkin. No.
Bro, take that back from my boy.
I can't. Yes, for those of you, it reads Hearthstone on top of it, which, as he kind of points to it and marks it for a moment, This is a little device that they're able to use, in at least essence, with a soul bag to capture the souls of beings. Have any of you been having any outlandish nightmares? And to the point where you woke up in a cold sweat and felt less than yourself?
Looks
Your
at
Can
vitality,
we all
your
turn?
vitality, your vitality being drained. Even go ahead. All turn.
I'll turn to Octave.
Yeah.
Well, there was that little gnome in Barovia who couldn't sleep. Well, that might be something.
I just turned to Octave at that point.
Yeah.
And the idea of wolves eating me alive multiple times in my sleep.
Mm.
I want to turn to Oknav as well, but I want to keep hidden the fact that I had the same thing when my
Yeah,
vitality was stolen.
you sure did. And you know what? You know what? Because you even thought about that. You thought about it for a second, and you do remember when you
I didn't
panicked.
lose HP.
You didn't. No, you haven't. But someone else did lose their HP permanently for a while.
I wasn't there that night.
Wasn't it?
If you remember, Maro, you woke up in a cold sweat, and Defina was trying to calm you down.
Also, I didn't lose HP, by the way.
You
Vitality.
Yep.
I said that out loud.
Mm. Maybe it's either something different or this one works differently. But generally, go ahead.
Back when I was interacting with Defina,
That was one of the hags. You said the name of one of them at least.
yes, I had woken up in a cold sweat with Defina on top of me trying to calm me down. And I remember I had felt significantly weaker for a long period of time afterwards.
Do you still feel this weakness?
No, the abbot fixed that.
That would make sense. People that are inflicted with this, it's not even the form of a curse. You are literally having your soul ripped piece by piece away from you. The only form of restoration for it would be that of greater restoration.
If that wasn't me.
Had it completed, you would be dead.
That's more concerning.
Oh
wait,
my god.
Wait, hold
No
on.
fucking way.
But you just said if you lose the soul, you can be a husk, whatever. Wouldn't he still be a husk then?
I don't know. Possibly.
Probably not.
That's how I believe it to work normally.
Well,
However,
lucky
I'm
we have
aware.
the abbot.
However, I'm aware that husks can exist in this world.
Look, we have the abbot to fix you up, Morrow, and your little late night rendezvous with me.
You realize that was after I had died.
I will also say, anyone can roll me an investigation check after Oknef had also said about the little gnome as well.
Let's go!
He didn't have nightmares though.
I never actually.
Well, he
met the gnome.
never said that he had nightmares.
Well, I'll roll investigation just to make sure, because I
I
like
never-
him.
I never actually met the gnome.
Oh, well, there you go.
Here's my investigation.
Yeah, no,
door.
he said he was having a lot of problems sleeping, especially a while ago, and now he doesn't have as much problems sleeping and all that. It's just more so that he was always tired and felt exhausted and just not well as things were going on. Along with that, did you get this piece of information? I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say my memory says no. I'll have to check back later.
I remember he was a little to do with the adventures, map maker, cartographer, all that shit.
Mhm.
The sleepy time issues.
Mm-hmm.
If that's like any of it.
His party died. Well, but he
Yes.
was alive and came back. But was there anything else? Anything else would be the factor.
I mean, Eileen would remember.
I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. If I said this part, because I think you guys put him to sleep before he said this.
No, he said something else. I just can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what he did or didn't say, because we were like, yeah, like we talked with him a little bit, and then we were like, let's talk more, But you should get some rest first, and Octave put him to sleep, and then
Never did.
we never
yeah.
saw him again.
That's the thing. I think he was put to sleep before he said this part. But I will say the symptoms. Oh, we'll
check
have to
later.
check later. He was well, you know what? Ultimately, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at this point in time. So I'll say it at this point at the very least.
Let's go.
He did say while he was in, or at least possibly, he did say while he was inside of the town that he had confronted and stood up to the pie lady.
He never told us that.
Then there you go. Then that was the thing.
Okay.
That was one of the things he was going to say before, and ever since then he just feels that he was being such a coward, and he was that he was just having these like bad dreams, and then eventually it just made him feel like bad. Now he's feeling bad. Now he's not feeling any worse, but he doesn't feel like he's getting any better.
So
Essentially.
she might have
Okay,
drained
so
him a little bit.
I didn't say that. I thought I didn't say that. I was like, I'm pretty sure he went to
Yeah,
bed.
no,
Yeah.
I definitely would have remembered that.
Yeah.
That sounds
he never brought
familiar
that up.
though.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
that-
check back. We'll check back.
It ultimately at this point it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
But yeah. And then if that's the case, that definitely sounds like what they were doing with the heart crystal and the soul bag. With the heart crystal, they are able to tap into a few factors here. They are first off able to traverse into the ethereal realm of this land. That's the first step. Second step is they can still have contact with you on the material plane with this heartstone, and they can enter into your nightmares and manipulate them to your deepest fears. They slowly take and take and take from these emotions until they are able to take a piece of your soul and put it into their bag, draining you until there's nothing left.
Okay.
good to know.
I'm telling you this because if this is what Baba Saga took,
She could be popping into people's dreams or death from the ethereal realm easier.
which means she could be anywhere.
What if someone could see? What could someone could see into the ethereal realm?
Then you might be able to spot her. The ethereal realm doesn't always include invisibility. Some things can be seen from the ethereal realm. Hearthstone is special in the fact that you can't be seen immediately. Unless you are in the ethereal plane itself. You couldn't see from the material plane.
What if your sight was true? Did it pierce through that?
No, I don't think it could. There's a moment that he takes a moment to breathe and figures out what you're saying. I think you would be able to see her. I don't think it could pierce through that. So if your sight is true, you would be able to spot her. That being said, how would you know she was there until?
I would be that. Yes.
So what do we do?
And
Trail's
everything-
gone cold.
Not per se.
How do we pick this up?
For Baba Saga, without at least some more investigation or hunting, I don't know. The warmest thing that we do have is your Mordenkainen exploration.
You
Yeah.
Do
would
I
you,
what?
you wouldn't happen to know. I have a spell, locate object. Would you happen to have the locate person or know someone with that spell?
I would. What do you have in mind?
Well, it may not. Well, I'm just speculating here, but we do have the shrunken head, and we are familiar with this creature known as Baba Saga. If we find a trail, we could possibly locate her.
Hunted nothing there.
And we could probably find her location or find the specific direction that she's in.
Hmm. He thinks into his head while I check one specific that I'm pretty sure doesn't work, but I'm double checking here.
Hopefully it does.
I'm trying to see something about this. Oh, it doesn't specify this?
Huh?
What's the specification that you are looking for?
Planes. If it's in a different plane or so. Ethereal plane or not, as that has been brought up. That would be something he'd be thinking about. It doesn't specify, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's possible. Once again, they have to be within range. And the range is not far.
It's not far, but if I was Bob,
And we-
go on.
But we know the direction which she went. We know she went north.
I can attempt it right now to make sure she's not in the vicinity of this house. If you wouldn't mind giving me the head. That will be one of my spell slots for the day, though.
Sure.
It might be
She'll give
worth
him
it.
The shrunken head.
Also, Mara, just to make sure that she did head north, but that was over a week ago. She could have
Understand.
gone anywhere from that time being.
Understandable, but understand we've been moving around. We've been moving around, traveling. We've been around that area for the most part for what, the last week or two? If we haven't seen any scarecrows or any signs of Morgantha at all,
We have seen scarecrows.
Okay.
We have seen
Well-
the scarecrows, the ones that exploded in the trees.
yeah, but since then, in the last week or two.
Yeah,
Did
that
we-
was what, like 4
That was
or 5 days ago.
That 6, 7 more so. That was more like 6, 7
Yeah.
to the week
Yeah.
ago.
Okay.
That was after Berez too the first time.
Yeah.
So, question: did we hear of anyone in town having like weird like nightmares before the entire wedding? Like just
You haven't been
feel
looking for it.
lethargic?
Not
Haven't
really,
looked.
No.
honestly.
Shit.
Um,
I wasn't a tizzy trying to get the wedding ready, so
with
Also, the guards in Kresik were aware of the hags. I made them aware of them and told them what to look out for. So if anybody like that were to try to
Yeah.
come in,
but,
They would have
they were
Ethereal realm.
keeping the children in one place secure for
But,
reasons.
but the
Yeah.
ethereal, the whole ethereal realm thing, the one that can just like bypass, like that's what I'm making sure. Like, were they like draining, souls from someone else? But
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
don't
they
know.
were in
we
Kresik.
wouldn't know.
You wouldn't have any information in that regard there.
honestly,
But as
that's-
go ahead.
It'd be such a dick move to throw Balasag at the Kresik after what's happened. Like, leave him alone. Leave him a break.
As he takes the head for a moment, and you see his hands nearly dig into the sides of it itself by slightly perpetuating his finger. Oh Jesus! Piercing his fingers into the skin. I'm mixing up my words today. Before white kind of begins to glow from his fingertips, and it kind of begins to wrap around the head for a moment before it hits the eyes and lights for a moment. His eyes open up for a second. She's not in range. So she's not
That's
within
good.
1,000 feet of this place.
That's good.
It is both good and bad in its own way.
Yeah.
He holds the head and he gives it back over to you, Eileen. And then he also pops a vial from a pocket, flips it, and puts it into your other hand. Or at least sticks it out towards you, Eileen.
What's this?
Oils to preserve the head.
Oh, thank you. This is nice.
Might come in handy.
She'll pocket both of them. Fuck yes.
Preserving oils, embalming oils.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, got it right. All right,
There you go.
now, what else are we doing now? So, we go after Mordekainen, or do we deal it? To resurrect the Bubble Saga, or just wait for her to do something?
I can do some more investigating on my end here if you don't wish to go for the Mordenkainen thing for now. But otherwise, I will be looking into some more of this Babalai saga and whatever it is you aren't telling me.
Well, where's Dimitri?
Davian.
Davi. Why did I say Dimitri? My
Yeah,
bad.
it's like, who's Dimitri? No. Yeah.
Also, what are we not telling you?
Something apparently connected between Babalai saga and the Mardikovs here, of why she's after them.
Yeah, that's up to Davian to explain.
Can
Okay.
one of us get Davian, or did he do something right
I
now?
thought I thought somebody did.
Well, he said after if you were looking for the body, you finished up and you just couldn't find anything on the book. So he's going to put the body and then start getting the tarp up, and he's gonna put his hat back on to disguise himself as Rictavio again before you guys can go get Davian. But
Could
yeah.
I like stay back and maybe ask him something in private?
No, I was gonna stay here with him too, but I can leave.
It could just be in a
Stay
corner
too.
kind of thing, but yeah.
Stay.
Either
I'll
works.
just stay and stay out of it.
What is it?
Hey, listen, I know you're not, well, probably not, looking for another apprentice, and I'm not asking for it. I just... two things.
There's
How-
already kind of a furrowed brow just from the start of this. Go ahead.
Like,
How do you
You're right. Now,
How do you conduct your investigations? Like what are the steps and processes you make to find your deductions, I guess?
Depends on the type of investigation.
Well, the ones that I'm more familiar with are more so for physical bodies.
You're a tracker. You're a ranger.
Yes.
You're trying to catch beings that are either still moving or alive in some capacity. First thing to note, before you do anything else, check your surroundings. You never want to be caught off guard. Afterwards, you look for tracks. Once you find the tracks, you amass both what creature you're dealing with and how many. After you've dealt with that, if you're following it through a trail of some sort, you can traverse through the area once you've made sure that it's safe and secure. You are on your own in a lot of these regards, and you should be. You will be stealthier in that way, and it'll be more convenient for you not to contaminate your zone. This is how most of these are conducted. And then he starts kind of going through like some of the more steps, and some of these are steps that you are aware of and know, but there's slight adjustments that he's beginning to make and describe to you that point off either someone that's done this routinely like over and over and over again to the point where some of it is second nature, but it's also to the point where, oh, I never realized I was doing this when I could have been doing this. That would actually make this part a little bit easier, being a little bit more lightfoot on the area. And trying to kind of survey a zone before getting to the next one, what order to do certain operations in, so on and so forth. And it seems to kind of save time and your own hide. It's a lot of self-preservation mixed with a good intuition eye and just experience as this thing has gone on. You get a fast amount of wisdom as it goes through. Go ahead.
Sweet. And then I'll add on to that. Got it. So, with that information, with tracking a creature, how can that, if any of those steps, be converted into, let's say, a scene of a crime? Can some of those skills help benefit that? Or is there something specific that I need to search for?
That'll be different from case to case. If you're thinking specifically about a body itself, the body is going to be your biggest resource and tool. Whatever happens to a creature is the marking of what creature you are facing. Whether it be poisons, bite marks, wound treatments, anything of that nature. That's what you are looking for in this aspect. And then he kind of slows down and stops for a moment. Also, I'm not looking for another apprentice. One was more than enough for me. And after this adventure, I'm retiring.
She just holds her hands up. I understand.
Smart
Think
man.
of it as like tips. But I do have one more question.
Ask away.
This is something that I have been bringing up to this group a lot. You know, our theories are intriguing, absolutely, but they're just that. They're theories. What are steps that you make to ensure that something that is a theory to is actually a fact?
More than one piece of evidence. I have to see it from my own eyes. Or it has to be from a source that I can trust.
That's it.
Those
That's simple.
main three. Everything else is written down and I can recollect, go through, or anything in that regard in my own book. I recommend keeping a journal with you.
She just nods. Alright.
Oh, and last piece of advice I can give you as well. Once you're done with this whole adventure with your friends there, try to bring as little people as you can on the next one. And don't expect everyone to make it out.
Oof.
That's reassuring.
Sheesh. Eileen
Thanks,
just looks
Dad.
down.
If you can't accept that, you're not meant for this.
Damn.
Your friend Thorn's already willing to die. You can mourn him after. But if he goes down, keep moving.
She'll look down, but then she'll just look up, stone cold, and just nod. I know.
He just kind of takes a second, kind of looks at you, just kind of gives you a nod, and just looks back at the door.
Alright. That was my piece.
All right. With that, it's not hard to get Davian to come on in with you guys. But as you kind of bring him back in, get back into the room, he now looks like Rictavio instead of Van Richten / Jericho. Excuse me. And as you all bring Davian in, he just goes, so our new guest is treating you as well. He has been a great help to us in everything that has been going on recently with all of the little twig people and vine people and all that kind of stuff. There have been some small attacks, but mostly he has had this under control for some of it. Give yourself some credit as well, old man. Those ravens of yours do great work scouting. Thank you, you're too kind. What is it, Arknev?
Can I mage hand the chair over for him real quick?
Easy enough?
Yeah, you might want to sit down for this one.
No. You've sat down. Now what?
Well, first things first, I kind of look towards everyone. You swore us to a little bit of secrecy for something very close to your family a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't said that.
His eyes kind of like not pierce, but just like look at you now a little bit intensely. Mm-hmm.
We've said nothing, don't worry, but we were wondering how much you trust him. The points over to him. Points over to Rictavio.
Rictavio just kind of does a friendly like finger wave over, very unlike the man that you saw moments ago.
So good.
Oh, he's a character actor, bro. He's
This guy got met up and down packed anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just I'm gonna ask: does Davian look a little weird about all that comment?
Yeah.
Now being the center of attention.
Yeah, now as he's sitting down, as he looks over to the side, it's like, what? How much do you trust the little friend? What you're bringing up there? It's just like,
Yep.
he gives a look over to the side, over to Rictavio, and then back over to Aknev.
I have an idea for something, if I may.
Go on.
I'm just gonna walk up to Davian, and since he's like sitting down, I'm gonna kneel next to him and like kind of whisper to him, and I'm gonna say, "This man, like us, is the best chance for stopping Strahd here in Barovia. He has his secrets, you have yours. But for some of the things that we need to do, some secrets need to be revealed, if that's okay with you."
He kind of takes a second, like he still stares out forward as you pull away from his ear, but he just kind of stares out into the distance past all of you for a moment. But he just slowly nods. Okay. Okay. If you can vouch for him, I trust you all. Don't make me regret this.
If he blows this trust, I'll kill him myself for you. I just look over at Rictavio.
That wouldn't be very good, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Brains on one's coat is gross, to say the least. There's a little smile that protrudes. This is about the wine, yes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, and just for the sake of brevity, he explains the situation of the crystals. And for you guys, for just a small recap, the 3 crystals that they had, the red, the green, and the blue one, that all have a greenish kind of glow to them and hue, that make different forms of wine, that they had all of them not but a decade ago. But one of them, the most precious one, the blue one, was stolen and could no longer make a special kind of wine that he referred to as Château de l'Estompe.
I like that wine.
Yeah.
For our brevity, could we also explain like how we found the other gems?
Yes,
in,
yes,
like,
yes,
Yester
yes.
Hill and
Yeah.
Berez.
Yeah.
I thought we told him that already.
No.
Well,
you didn't. That was excluded.
We told Davian, but not
That's what I meant. That's
Van
what I meant,
Richten. Yeah.
my bad.
As he's just kind of going through and he's just thinking and just kind of nodding a little bit. Like as it's kind of going. And you explain how the red one that you found for Babale Saga makes Red Dragon Crush. The green one makes Purple Great Mash number 3. And how 10 years ago they had lost it due to an unfortunate accident with his son. The one that who lives now over at Valaki. It seems that Rictavio hadn't said anything about Erwin and his venture there. However, you now realize something of probably why Rictavio is here, because you guys pushed on the the allowed Rictavio to get the messages from Erwin and Donica over at the Blue Water Inn. That hits you guys, some of you now, if it hadn't before. Before all that information is given. So if that's the case, then whoever has that gem has the power to manifest or create something. I believe you all probably stopped whatever that statue was going to be with the green thing in its chest. You stopped that statue from becoming alive and a creature of some sort.
Giant wooden Strahd. Giant wooden tree.
And probably stopped whatever its purpose was.
Yeah. Probably to come down here and smash.
All we know is that the hags are interested in the gems. And from what we can tell, Strahd couldn't give a fuck about them.
The first one being gone, though, 10 years ago. Strange, but it does leave some suspects, I suppose, and doesn't take Baba Lysaga out of it.
I've
Go ahead.
been thinking about that ever since they told me about the gems. Ever since we found 2 of them, I've been thinking about the 3rd one, asking around, looking into it, trying to get more details. And we know about sort of the Hag's birthing ritual, about the things that they do in regards to the covens that they make, and especially with sort of the scarecrows. When we fought Baba Saga, the home came alive, as well as the home itself came alive and rose up. What they were going to do with the statue. I think when the druids, because you said, I believe earlier, it was stolen by the druids. Am I correct in that assumption, Damian?
Yes. Well, we noticed that the red one was stolen for a while, and then the green one was stolen but within a week. That's when the...
He's talking about the blue one.
I'm talking about the blue one.
Oh, the blue. The blue one, we don't know who.
Okay.
Erlen was on duty and missed it.
My assumption was that it was it might have been either the druids or maybe one of the witches that had taken the first one, the blue one. Specifically because I believe that there's maybe a partnership. Not a partnership per se as in they work together, but maybe sort of a standing agreement between the druids and Baba Yaga.
Well, the hags were at Yesterhill when the whole Strahd ritual was going down. So.
Exactly. I think 10 years ago, when the blue one was taken, that's where the agreement came. And I think the way they're performing the ritual, in regards to how Baba Yaga comes back, in regards to not only with all the fights and how the druids have gotten, I don't know if they've gotten stronger in the last couple years, but I believe all this centers around when that blue gem went missing.
Why?
No.
Color me confused. Why would the gem have to do with Baba Saga's return if they have their own little ritual? And from what we've seen, the gems just only give life to giant constructs.
What I'm saying is this.
Or from his tail, make wine.
I'll make wine.
Seems that they can have different purposes depending on how you utilize them.
What I'm saying is this. Maybe Baba Yaga took the gem as sort of a last protection resort, because maybe something happened, maybe there was a close call, or maybe she had ideas, but maybe she took that blue gem because she realized the potential. And you look over, specifically, we've killed her, what, twice now? We've killed her twice now. We know Ophelia's gone. Defina has been struck down. We know Morgantha is gone, if it's Baba Yaga. And we know that the scarecrows took her up north. And she hasn't been seen since. I believe Baba Yaga used the blue gem to create maybe sort of a hiding space, a final chamber by which, if push came to shove, if she died, or she's gone, or she is in immense danger, she can hide out there in a place that nobody can get to, and if anybody does get to, she'll be waiting at her strongest.
So you think she created it as a last resort a long time ago?
Yes. And then
that's possible.
Yes, and I think she did that, and then I think she realized the power of these gems, and specifically because She has the red. She had the red one, and she
Mhm.
agreed to give the green ones to the druid. And who said she wasn't going to take it back afterwards? So I think she's maybe been orchestrating or sort of pushing the druids towards these attacks on the Mardikov's home, specifically to get the gems and wipe them out so she can take them back later, because there's no druid strong enough to stop her.
We've never done anything to her, though.
Exactly. You haven't.
And why now? I knew
You-
about her from when I was little. Why is she doing it now all of a sudden?
You haven't, but you have something that's strong, that's radiating with powerful magic that she can use.
But
But
why
they
now?
They had the gems already. If they wanted the gems, they could have just taken it from the druids. All three of them had the gems. If we're saying, if that's what we're saying, the druids had the green gem. She could have taken it from them. She had the red gem, and if she had
Yes.
the blue gem, then she would have all three. So it doesn't really make sense why she would give the druids the gem to go and
Maybe
shove
she
the
didn't.
Mardikovs.
The thing is, maybe she didn't give them the green gem. Remember, the druids took the red and the green gem.
They took the green.
The druids took the green
They
gem.
took the green. They took the green for sure. The red, you have no idea who took that. You just know
don't-
that it was
We
gone
just
and
know
that
the
Baba
Baba
Saga
Saga
had it.
We don't
Yeah.
know how the red one was gone. We know the blue one is gone, and we know the druids took the green one. Maybe she had planned to take the green one later. But the druids got there first. And then we came along. We got the green gem back. We brought it back to the Mardikovs. We took the red gem. We brought it back to the Mardikovs. We killed Baba Yaga twice. I bet you if we can locate or somehow pinpoint where Baba Yaga is next, most likely we will find that blue gem there.
By the way, Donovan,
Davian.
I'm going to bed.
It's rough
Dav-
today.
By the way, Davian,
hmm
Baba Saga may be back. Is why I want you in the seat before I told you.
He waits for an additional thing or a joke or something from you, but you are slowly watching the blood drain from his face as about 5 seconds go past. What? What do you mean she's back?
I have just a simple question. A few weeks ago, did any of you hear a loud yell? Someone on watch, maybe?
Yes, we did. It was Elivir. Elivir said that he heard something scream out far, far north. We sent some birds to go check after it, but we didn't see anything by the time that they didn't spot anything at least.
How many days ago was this, if you don't mind me asking?
Bit over a week. 10 to 14 days, maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah, that lines up. That lines up. So
It was a little before you came over here to rest, like almost the day before.
yeah.
when I
Yeah.
came back, I told you that we killed her, and I showed you her head, right?
Yes.
She had another hag. Told her.
As he starts muttering underneath his breath in Barovian.
Now, on the plus side, because we did that, apparently they're planning on an attack here, which we managed to stop due to our actions.
But Baba Lysaga is planning to attack here.
No,
Was,
More-
but not anymore.
The other hag, Morganta, was planning to take scarecrows, which are probably around in the forest somewhere, to attack here, but that's not the point.
I hate to interrupt this, but this is sticking in my mind too much.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look at Rictavio. Davian makes a point. Why now? On Yester Hill, we saw the druids associating who are devout zealots of Strahd, the ancient, the land, druids in the land. However, the hags were there amidst them, they didn't care, and Strahd didn't care about the ritual that they were doing with the gem, with the weird statue and everything. But it was very important for them to get it done. Baba Lysaga was kind of minding her own business, doing whatever with the gem. This attack that was going to happen, these constant pressurizations of defense on the Mardikovs, the original attack for the first time that we came here. Why now?
Rictavio looks back at you with a straight kind of face, and the eyes of I was wondering the same thing, but I don't know yet.
Vacuum? Maybe they know Strahd. I mean, I'm not giving us an ego here, but we are a challenge to Strahd in at least some capacity. Maybe they're hoping that we succeed and can take over. Is that it? Is there something larger that the hags are just exploiting all of these resources about, that the Mardikovs are sitting on top of? Is there something about possibly the three gems coming together, if what Morrow's idea says comes to fruition, that we find the blue one or whatever, or they have it somewhere, a possible connector of the three? It doesn't make sense why all of this is happening right now, especially why they keep probing attacks after they've lost.
If someone like Baba Lysaga knew of and wanted, sorry, that's David. I feel like they could have already gone through and found them.
Exactly.
They didn't have to wait 10 years, or if it was that regard there. And even so, how did one end up in the druid if she wanted to collect them all? And if your friend Morgantha and Ophelia were there facilitating this event, why wouldn't they also have just taken it? They do have the ability to teleport, as you had said before. That doesn't seem to be the case. Something else is amiss.
I have a weird question, Mr. DM.
I don't know if it pertains to what we need to think about right now, but it might be something to think about if we can find something else about it. What is it? Go ahead. Go ahead, Oknev.
So, this is weird, but when we're fighting the wind, air.
Which one?
The giant Strahd figure.
The giant Strahd figure. Okay. All right. Yep.
There was a streak of blue light. Just blue light, or was it covered in something when it flew across the sky?
When it flew across the sky?
Yeah.
It was like a streak of blue light that was just breaking through the clouds, like
So
fire.
It was just like there was nothing like inside it, nothing like.
Yeah. No, it was like a faint blue light of sorts, moving at like supersonic speeds, just whoosh, firing out.
No shimmer of green. Okay.
No, not a shimmer of green. No. Okay. And you know that it's a green light inside of a blue crystal, is what he had described it as for that. They all have a green glow. Go ahead.
When we say Strahd doesn't care, right?
Yeah.
I actually think the reason he doesn't care is different than what we think.
Enlighten us?
Because think about it. Druids are devoted to him.
Yeah.
They have been since, right?
Yeah. They're crazy.
Can we for sure say the same thing about the hags?
No.
Okay.
There's no really connection to them. Maybe weirdly enough, Baba Lysaga. How old is Baba Lysaga? How?
I mean, if my legends are anything, she was a plague on my family for generations.
Okay, hold up. Sorry, but. Was Baba Lysaga here after Strahd or before Strahd?
I don't know.
You don't know. That.
Yeah, what's up?
I need to contact Gabriel.
That might be something, because I'm wondering, everyone, she's super old, but maybe because Baba Lysaga is the oldest one. Maybe Babla Saga was here not prior to like Barovia.
I will say, roll an Arcana check, Octave. But you need to contact Gavriel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I need to talk with Gabriel.
I'm using
And
ancient
actually,
knowledge.
sorry. Before that as well, Eileen, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Well, what? Go for it.
I was just gonna ask Davian, how far does your family go? You say generations. How long
Generation.
ago was
We were given the. We were given the winery after about 7 generations of my family being here.
that? How long ago
We're-
was that?
A few centuries, maybe 4.
Strahd was
3 to
here
4.
for
3
about.
to 4.
Strahd's here for about 3 centuries at least.
At least.
You-
So
Wait,
Maybe.
that's a good
That's-
thought. Wait, hold
Yeah.
on.
Oh, go ahead.
Clarify that. You said before the winery was given to you. When did your family actually arrive?
We took over the winery for the Kresenkov family. It was given
told us
to
about
us.
Yes.
It was given to us at the beginning of Strahd's reign over Barovia.
But before that,
Was she a problem then?
No, actually, I don't know.
So she may have came in with Strahd.
Well, for her, I don't. Oh, for her. Sorry, I thought you said for him. Says in like
sorry,
small.
no,
sorry.
no, I'm specifically asking in regards to his family because he said he
Yeah.
was given the winery from the
Yeah,
Kreshnikovs when Strahd started. I'm asking before that because if
What before for the lineage?
before that, like
We-
how far
Where
does your
was that?
family go? All the way to the first one. I'm talking about before the winery was given to the Kreshnikovs.
I know the lineage of the winery, and I know of legends that were passed through for it. How long ago this place was owned by a wizard before even the Kresnikovs became into it, and then we got into it. I do not know for my family's lineage beyond the walls of Barovia. Either that has been lost to time or is not given to me.
So then they might be here probably the same time.
The same time.
I will say, Aknev, once again, reading is power. You remember,
go!
that you pulled the book back open. You do remember at the very least. You don't know how old or anything in that regard, but you do know. First, a noise hits your head. Actually, I will say, you hear the sounds of animals outside, and for some reason, you just start going through them in your head. Whether you're just easily distracted, ADHD, or whatever it may be, until you hear a like in your head as a ba, and you think about it. And you go back to the pen that was in Berez, and you remember the bloodbath, and you open up the book immediately and go to a page. There is a ritual in using goat's blood and the blood of the feral and the innocent, a combination of both, to keep one's longevity. It's essentially an age cleanser for you. You can keep your lifespan going for probably a while on that one.
I think Victor told Eileen that too.
Yep.
She.
Too. Yeah.
Sorry, Eileen, but this is another theory. But
Oh, what before? Go ahead.
I'm feeling as if Babla Saga may have been around the time that Strahd came in. Maybe a little later, maybe a little far, but I feel like they came in around the same area.
Fair enough.
I will also say,
I'll explain the ritual.
for
just in
no,
case.
for Gavriel, for that part, yeah, you can absolutely. For Gavriel, if you wanted to talk to him,
Yeah.
Boris, just quickly, we'll do that as well.
Tell me something
Anything, ask me.
first. Have you heard of the name of Baba Yasaga in your time when you were alive?
In my time, no. Like I told you before, I had gone from the east, passing through the village of Barovia, until I made it to Castle Ravenloft. I was with Sergei and Strahd and Sergei's mother, Queen Ravonia. She did not make it. Once we arrived, I mostly stayed within the realms of the castle. I did not expand outwards, and I do not know of this Baba Saga, past from what I've seen with all of you.
And second, because Blurt, now that I think about it, It's that Octave has actually brought something up to me that I never actually thought about. So, the scene where Strahd became the monster that he is, right?
Uh-huh.
Specifically when you showed me, when he was about to get strike down,
Mhm.
and like he sort of turned into the vampire that he is the magic or what went on there similar to what we've seen Baba Yaga do?
Some dark ritual shit.
Because what I'm thinking is this: she's connected somehow because she's been here. At the very least, we know she's been here since Strahd became the first. So what
Well, you
I'm
don't
thinking
know
is,
that. You don't know that.
we don't know that, but we don't know that for
You're
sure.
aware,
But that's
that she's old and that Davian says that she's been a ghost tale in his family's generation, like
Yes.
for a bit. Yeah.
We at least know she was a tale since the Kreshnikovs.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to recall it.
Who knows?
Yeah, I need to recall it, and I need to look into it. I need you to recall it. I just want to do a check or something and look into it. Is it the same type of magic? Because I'm thinking maybe she's not linked per se, but maybe she's got like maybe she gave Strahd a ritual or something, or like Strahd was trying to do something, and they came to an agreement, and it backfired.
You can do an Arcana check from the perspective of the day of, and for what you've seen for Babalai Saga for her magics.
That is fine.
Just to see if you can find some correlation. You're not well versed in the magic, and it was from a flash of a memory that happened and occurred to you. Unfortunately, you don't know whether or not there is. They didn't seem directly related, but you have no basis of whether or not that is the truth or case. Only because when Strahd had formed, he began to transform, and the clouds around him grew dark. When the magic that you've seen cast in the rituals all are very horrific and very gross and blood related that happened with Babalai Saga, but that's generally all you can kind of piece together. Just the base, you know. So you don't know.
I also want to bring up to everybody, before you keep going on with this Strahd and Babalai Saga business, it doesn't make sense in the regard to how hags exist. Hags are, like Octavio mentioned earlier, naturally selfish outside of their covens, and typically if they're going to make a deal or interact with somebody, it's only going to be in a way that benefits them, and we have seen no evidence of that. Nor have we seen any evidence of hags having any type of influence or work with Strahd. These are purely, as far as I'm concerned, two completely separate events for people doing their own things.
I'm not saying they're working. I'm not saying they're in a partnership or or it's like the druids who worships him, or some of the Vistani who are under him per se. But what I'm saying is, if I am correct to assume that Baba Saga has been here since Strahd became what he is,
or before,
since he became what he is, and the fact that there are not many hags in this place, and they're not allied with Strahd, but at the same time he doesn't seem to interact with them much. Maybe there's sort of maybe something happened.
Don't forget, you did actually say they did have a moment in which they were part of that ritual in which Strahd appeared for the Green Stone.
They were with the druids, disguised in hiding out among them. And Strahd just came to just pretty much look over the statue, see the shit that they were doing with him, and then he fucked off. And he didn't address them and look at them in any way. He didn't even want to be there.
It's not
aware in some regard there.
He's aware of their presence, but maybe he doesn't care about all the others. Maybe he only had the entrance of Baba Saga.
My question.
I don't think so.
My question is, Mr. DM.
Oh yeah,
looking through I've been making some really high chronicles about hags and rituals. Is there? Because what Siggy said is Thorn. It's Thorn.
I am all three.
Shut up.
Okay.
Yes, the map, the Siggy, and the Holy Thorn.
I'm fading, dog. The problem, what Thorn said, like hags are selfish, but is there a ritual, right, in the book that allows someone to become a hag? Because you've been saying something weird, like even if she really is a hag, we've all assumed she's a hag, which makes sense, but is there a ritual in there that allows someone to become something like Baba Saga in the book? And I mean, rolling while go Arcana rolls on hag rolls, so maybe I can get a little advantage on it. Boy, my back hurts.
I'll allow an Arcana check, but I'm not allowing advantage. I'm gonna allow flat.
Okay.
It's because of the book that you're able to make this leap, but that doesn't mean it has your answer.
That's fair. That's fair. High roll. High roll. Come on, baby. You know I'm here. Give me that roll. Give me that roll. 21.
The level of intricacy and I wouldn't call it professionalism, but the gravity of the spells and what is written in this book is definitely something of both age, time, and ritual. While hags are known to have marks of those aspects, this is something greater. Could they still be a hag? For sure. But they wouldn't be in the same level of a night hag as Morgantha. You've heard that there are some hags who grant wishes, who stay in their own domains, who aren't formed with covens, that have transcended even the idea of what a hag is anymore, and become almost a twisted form of a fae, of these creatures of both disposition, of both fate, of foresight, of different forms of aspects of humanity and the emotions of which it pertains to, and they love the torture and specific aspects of it, of human beings, both emotionally and physically, but primarily emotional torment through forms of regret, self-inflicted wounds, or things of that nature. They want you to hurt yourself, and they want to make sure it happens. These kinds of beings are great and would be more towards this scale of level, but this is definitely someone greater than your standard hag. If this was to be a hag or not, you're not sure.
Hey, guys.
Uh-huh.
I think we may need to go back to Valaki, like, as soon as possible.
Why?
Because Victor has her grimoire.
Wait a moment. I thought you had this one, Knockniff.
No, he
Oh,
gave
okay.
it. He
Okay.
gave it to her.
I can't read
Victor.
that.
You
Yeah.
can't read. You couldn't. Okay, but you did read it beforehand. I know you did, but this is
Yeah.
oof. Okay, all right. Good to know.
Time out. I was reading the other book, right? I wasn't reading.
No, I assumed you were reading this grimoire. I thought you had it for some reason. I thought you guys had taken it back from him because I remember that was a talk there. Fair enough. You're right. That is on me. I should have checked the notes.
Yeah, I was like, man, there's a lot of shit in this curse book of his.
Nope,
Like,
no.
I was like,
No.
wow.
Yeah, none of this was from Curse Book. None of this was
Oh,
from
okay,
Curse Book.
wow. I was like, wow, this thing's
Oh.
actually fucking useful.
Okay.
No, yeah. None of that would have been from Curse Book. But you did study it. You and Eileen did study it, so I'll say this is going from there.
We did read
Yeah.
it. And,
Yeah, and Victor did
Okay,
pass by some
okay.
information too. I know I've said all these things to you guys separately.
Okay,
So.
fair then.
What, you think she can track a book?
Probably. This is something that powerful, yeah.
I don't think she can make another,
Mhm.
at least within a short period of time. And considering that house is full of children,
Shit.
yeah, I think we need to get that book back. And I believe I did give him ingredients too.
You sure did?
We can get it and
Well,
burn
we
it. That'd be a good way to just eliminate the problem.
Mm,
Is it that simple?
I believe so. Books can be
Yeah,
burned,
If
and it would
it's
make sure it's not on our back. Sorry,
if
Morris, go
it's-
ahead.
if it's some from a spell book, chances are it's not gonna be that simple.
Fair. Either way, we should find a way to destroy it if that's the case, if she can track it.
look, we can discuss. We should. I guess we should start moving, or should we? What else are we doing here today?
Well, what do y'all need from us?
One thing that I had suggested was the one about the wizard. Past that,
Yeah.
I can stay here and wait till you're ready for that. I would urge you to do it sooner rather than later, but if you don't have the time for today, I understand.
Well, the wizard is on the way to Valaki. So
No, it's not.
If
It's
Yeah.
past Valaki in the
But it is.
mountains.
but it's still north.
you would have to go roughly around the same trail, but it is a detour. But it's up to y'all.
We could take
It
a
would,
boat.
it would definitely be a couple hours of a detour.
I
could
say
take a
we deal with
boat.
the.
Oh,
say we
if
deal
you are
with-
going, if you are going across through the lake, then yes, then yeah, then you
Yeah.
wouldn't, yeah, that'd be
It
different.
wouldn't be that bad. Just saying.
But you have to do the Velaki stuff, or I assume you do the Velaki stuff first before then. But yeah,
We can deal with the wizard. We can deal with the wizard on another day.
Why not both?
No, like that.
Because I'm already lacking on some things today. I'd like to be fully rested before we go and deal with that shit.
speaking of, if you do want to wait another 20 minutes here, you could take a short rest. I'd say only because of the fact that you guys have basically been doing nothing much than like discussing and sitting.
Yeah.
Fine.
I definitely take a short rest, but that doesn't change that waiting. Thorn at least wants to wait till the next day.
That's fine.
Fighter-Man.
Really don't want you to lose more memories, but fair. I was like, huh? What did I eat last night?
I could
Guess. I guess. Gav. I mean, Mara.
is that everything we need? Sorry, go ahead.
Question for you. Question for Gabriel, really. When he was working for Sergei, yes, was he always working for Sergei at a young age, or was that later in his life? How long has Gabriel been in service of the Strahd household?
You know? Go ahead, Dean.
Okay. If you would hear in your head, Morrow. I have been in servitude of the family for quite some time, as my father had saved King Barov in his youth. I was trained and raised to be, well, trying to remember what those things are called.
A babysitter.
No, it's not a
Honor guard.
babysitter. No, it's not an honor guard. I had the name a second ago. It's when you have a noble and then you have their people to their side, essentially.
Squire.
It's not a
No.
squire.
That's-
Is it a ward?
Retainer.
It's a retainer. Thank you. Yes.
There you go.
Sorry.
Word of the day, kids.
Yep.
Retainer.
I was set to be his retainer from the young age at 13. His age of 13. I was in my early 30s at that point in time, but I had been a soldier for the Barov army for quite some time at that point. I had been in armed conflict for as long as I could remember.
So, Gabriel, as far as I'm understanding, and as he has told me, at the age of 30, he had been a soldier for his father, King Barov, and he was set to be Strahd's retainer, who was 13 at the time.
So, no, Sergei's retainer,
Sergei's retainer.
who was 13 at the time.
Yeah.
He wasn't in his army at the age of 30. At 30, he became the retainer of Sergei at
Yeah.
13.
So,
Yes.
So
We
he's
can't.
been with the family for a while, or
Mhm.
Sergei's retainer in 13.
Sergei's retainer at 13. Was he?
Yeah.
Did he have any connections with the family prior? Not connections, but have you seen the family prior to that before his enlistment as the retainer Sergei?
He had served in King Barot's army as a soldier for a period of time before that. After you said he had saved him
My father had.
because his father, Gabriel's father, had saved King Baroth previously, so he had served in the army as a soldier.
Then, question. Oh, Gabriel, question. If you can hear me, did you know of any woman or person that was close to Strahd besides his family? Any other people in his life?
Besides the closeness that he had with his family himself, I don't believe there was anyone else. Possibly Rahadin seemed to have been his favorite general. A very loyal man, to a fault.
Wait.
Just
Rahad-
Rahadin and the family that Strahd held. Those were the only ones truly close to him that I could think of.
Rahadin was out of character. I thought Rahadin was a Dusk Elf. Or am I crazy? I think I'm crazy.
He is.
Yep.
He is.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
did he
Oh,
meet
wow.
Rahadin outside of Barovia, or when did he meet Rahadin, Gabriel?
I
Yes.
am unaware of their relationship prior to me meeting him in the castle, but he was there when me and Sergei cemented ourselves into the castle of Ravenloft.
So he met. Okay, then there's no fault. Never mind. I apologize. Hey, Koala.
Hey, Koala.
Shut up.
But yeah, yeah, no. As it goes for it, it didn't seem that either through the eyes of from Gavriel, it just seemed like the people that he was closest to happened to be Rahadin and his family. Past that, there wasn't really anyone else that that at least from his eyes. Although, don't forget, he was a guard in the castle, and he was one of the captain of the guards. But he didn't interact directly with Strahd too much. And also, from Gavriel's perspective, they never really saw too eye to eye. And from your own images of seeing through Gavriel's eyes, Morrow, you would know how much he thought of him as a twerp when he was growing up, including the pass by that he had with him and his father.
I'm just gonna say in my head back, that's back to Gabriel. I understand. Feeling that way now, I can understand. But back then, it's kind of disrespectful.
He didn't treat many people with the respect that they deserved. I
Yeah.
saw him as a tyrant, and he became one. Whether my vision was just foresight or if I was clouded this entire time, and only now in his last years did this happen, who's to say? But from my eyes, he's always just been a little twerp.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's too far.
So we done here.
I think so.
All right. So
Yeah,
your
back
plans
to
are to head. Your plans are to head back to Vallaki.
Yeah. That's
And
some
then-
stuff to do there, anyways.
All right.
And then we
If you
can-
have, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
If you are just going to Vallaki for the day and you're not doing what we had discussed, then I'll stay here and make sure that these guys don't get into any more trouble for a little bit longer. But my time does run out eventually. thank you for the hospitality once again, Davian. Of course, no problem at all. You're allowed to stay and welcome in anytime you want. I will also, along with Thorn, though, I will gut you if you leave out anything, or if you tell anyone about the crystals. Noted. But for while I'm here, just remember, hopefully we can take advantage of that. In the meantime, I will keep this place safe and do my own little looking around, seeing what I can get.
Cool. We also got the new workers here. If they displease or annoy in any way, fucking kill them. I don't care.
Why'd you gotta say it like that?
Or hit
Because
them,
it's the truth.
or hit them, discipline them. They're easy to
Okay.
get
One
to
of them
work.
is an alcoholic, so be careful.
I was
That's
assuming it was the drunk one that's laid out in your back. Is he
The drunk
still?
one
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
even-
Yeah,
He
he's
doesn't
tied
even know
his-
why he's here.
He's
They're still
don't
people.
have. I don't. Well, you are the well.
You can do what you want with him.
I get him off before he pukes on me.
The sudden movement, unfortunately, is exactly what triggers the puke, and he just all over you. No, you can lay him down.
Oh,
Easy
you know
enough.
what? I went so quick to my fucking character sheet to attack him. Are we leaving now, or are we taking a few minutes to recuperate?
I can leave now.
Maybe we could finish up this little short rest that we've been doing and then leave. Instead of giving like 10 minutes or so. Also, Mara will probably try to figure out something to do with Vasilka. We don't need her inside of the Locky.
That is fine, actually. That is fine.
Sorry,
Actually,
Vasilka.
no.
It's a
Actually,
bigger problem.
Octavio.
What? What?
If you've got time,
Spit it out.
and if you're willing, I'd like for you to look into something with Vasilka for me.
He just kind of looks back over at the 7-foot-tall woman back at you, which is
Earlier, we were close when Eileen used Identify. I think if it's true there's a spirit or something imprinted on or in Vasilka, perhaps there's a way to maybe enhance it so that more of it appears, because it's so that more of its memories or mannerisms or spirit appears.
if she is like we thought, and she is taking on either a memory of someone or if it is actually a soul, I don't know. But I don't understand how to draw it closer. That's types of magic that I have not delved into myself, and would be, well, looks over to Amaris, seen as uncouth to others. You're thinking of some forms of a mixture of necromancy and reviving. Is what you're thinking of. And you know, Amaris, that look alone, it's not even just how you feel about it. You know there's a big gray area to this form of necromancy that he's referring to. It's specifically working with the soul, because sometimes with necromancy, you don't get back the person and the soul with some forms of it. Sometimes it's just a literal body, you know?
Mm-hmm.
In this case, and what Mara is talking about here, and what Octavio is referring to, this goes into trapping a soul. And you don't know, like there are permission aspects of that. There are this leads towards lichdom. This leads towards a lot of really big no zones in clerical forms. As you just suddenly realize that aspect. That doesn't mean no. That just means, hey, I want you to be aware that's where this is going.
That's the route.
Look, I may be a cleric. Look, I may be a cleric and everything, But I am still a hunter. Please don't make me use the other parts of my job.
Can we at least? Can we at least make sure? Looking
Of
over
what?
to Rick, whether it's a spirit or there's an actual soul in there. I want to at least confirm it.
How?
Well, why don't you have Rolf look?
Seems like these.
Thought about that earlier. No, not gonna happen. Rose cannot look at souls unless she leaves the safety of Miss Tuffy, and anytime that happens, she gets pulled towards wherever my soul is.
But she could latch onto us, remember? We used to do that all the time.
She's afraid to. The answer's no.
Also, she can't do it unless she is not latched onto anybody. Is when she
You're
can look
right,
to us.
Never mind.
Yeah. And she hasn't said whether or not that would be a problem, but she's definitely given signs of she is scared to.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I thought she could do it when I didn't realize she could only do it when she's not attached. Yeah, no,
Yeah, if you remember, the only time that she like went through town with you, she disguised herself, like you wrapped stuff around her, and she walked around looking at people and their souls. Like you kind of surrounded it.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. That did happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then. Well,
Oops. My headphones came off. I apologize. I can't hear.
You can't hear us. Quick, say something stupid.
I'm good now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We don't need to do that right now. That's not as important.
Eileen's just gonna kick it.
Basilka?
She's gonna sit and wait.
No, like.
Oh, okay, girl. I was about to
You
say.
acknowledge Basilka, isn't it? I just want to say that.
Yes, you can.
I don't know. Kind of look like patches real quick.
I love the idea. Eileen's like, took your man and kicked your shit. What? Drop kicks Basilka off the the balcony.
Is there at least a way to improve or make our communication clearer?
There's a problem. She's not really supposed to be able to communicate. But she could understand. She has the.
She understands. She comprehends, and
You
she
see
does
him,
think.
you see him thinking for a second. I'll do a roll. I'll allow it.
Now that I think about it, the fact that she's not able to communicate, but she's still able to understand. I just realized how fucked up that is as a
The
life.
Abbot has lots of old school values.
I'm saying that in character. That wasn't.
I know. Octave. The Abbot has a lot of old school values.
Yeah.
Very.
And you just hear Vasilka just go.
It's all right, Silka. You did nothing wrong.
He's kind of thinks for a moment, and you see the eyes like kind of narrow. I do have an idea, actually.
Not really.
Anyone here can deal in telepathy? Maybe the system or the body can't, but if you can understand her, or if she understands, she might have some semblance to speak.
Wait.
What? I don't have to.
Try message.
Oh.
Message is something heard, and then you have to whisper the message back.
Shit.
Yep.
Sending, technically?
Sending goes into the one's head, but you have to say it out loud, I believe.
No.
Actually, do
I
you?
Double check. If sending says if sending says
I-
speak, then that's it. But
You're also just gonna direct line it to Strahd as well.
that too.
I just option. I'm not gonna do it, but like let's look at sending.
Hey Basilka, how's your day
You have
going?
the animals.
Just rabble.
And there's a short. You said short message. You have to hear the message in its mind. Recognize you as a sender. It knows it can answer like the manner immediately. It does not say anything about talking, but I'm not doing that because Strahd can fucking hear me.
That's fair.
Yeah, but you'd be like, hey Basilka, how's
You
it
do
going?
it. You have the spell.
I actually don't have it prepared right now. It's not. I didn't look at the right scriptures today. I'm sorry, dude. I can't.
Did you actually? Didn't you?
Can you
try
click?
it?
Can you click on?
Click on what? Sending?
No, on message.
Okay.
Just
A creature in range points a finger towards a creature in range and whisper a message. Target only target hears a message and they reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
Yeah, it does specify in a whisper.
Yep. Okay. I just had to make sure.
Yeah, who
I have
has-
no basis of whether or not this would work. This is just something that seems possible.
Well,
I mean,
well,
no, it's fair. It's actually a really solid idea. Well, I had someone that can like read thoughts.
Reading thoughts would also work.
so I'm looking. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that goes into the realms of spells that are too complicated for myself. However, I've used some of them before with
What the
other
fuck?
people.
Unfortunately,
Once again, in rare circumstances. One of them actually being, well, your buddy, Mordenkainen. The one time that we teamed up.
unfortunately, the scriptures don't really mention anything about reading minds. Although it would help a lot in terms of helping out people.
Oh.
Everyone's just checking. Like, mental spells, mental spells, mental spells.
I look. I'm already tapped out. Like, there's nothing I can do. I'm just more so like this going on.
I only have send it, and I don't want because I'm realizing maybe Strahd doesn't know where we are, but he just hears it no matter what, and that pisses me off. So, what do I? There's nothing I have. What can I? Shoot her. Wait!
No!
Wait! Shush! I thought about something.
Okay.
Okay.
Persona,
Okay.
and you shoot her
Who
anyway.
can- Island, you can.
Oh, not a Persona
Island,
3.
Island. You can talk to animals, right? Yes. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, I have an idea.
You wouldn't.
I would.
Don't do it.
Do you want to find out?
Do it.
No.
Do it. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Shut
No.
up.
No.
Shut
No.
up.
No.
Shut up.
That's no. No.
Why?
No, it could
Why?
work.
Do you
Don't.
want?
It could
Don't.
work.
Why not? Why not?
It
Look.
could fucking work.
No.
Other character. Why? Stop saying no. Just answer why.
You know what? Let's ask her. Bazooka. We have a method of communicating with you directly, but we might have to. Well, not even might. We're going to have to turn you into an animal. Are you okay with that? Nod once for yes, or shake your head once for yes, shake your head twice for no.
And I'm going as she's saying that. I'm not casting a spell, but I'm casting Mage Hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just having the hand like flow over to her.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Nope.
with just one finger out.
Nope.
She just kind of looks at you and then just kind of looks over at Mara for a moment.
Gonna look over to Vasilka. I will respect your autonomy. If you want to do so, then nod once for yes, twice for no. If you don't want to do so, nod twice for no. And we will move on from it, and I will find another way to help you.
Bro's an ally.
And she shakes her head once.
Let's go!
Let's
Let's
fucking
go!
go.
Fuck yeah!
Let's do this.
Alright.
I'm just gonna look at Ismark at that point. I'm just like,
Alright, Eileen, get ready.
I'm ready.
I don't.
Alright. What's something
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something elegant for them so they feel you know what? Golden Retriever.
I feel like we're like going against like something here. Don't you think so too?
I mean, I don't. How does it even? Would it be like a part of a golden retriever, then a part of another golden retriever, then a part of
No,
another
they're
golden
all
retriever?
shut up, it's all Golden Retriever.
No, that's still Mars. That's still Mars.
I just want Thorn to be like behind Rictavio, just like both hands on a table, like staring down, like like having a
Not-
crisis.
Can you
No,
Maybe-
yeah,
pick a creature that is
yeah,
able
I'll-
to speak well, at
Yeah,
the very least, without
I'll be-
help?
I'll be with you as well. Rictavio has his hand around like the ladder of one of the bunk beds and is just kind of leaning over to the side. and is just shaking his head no to this
Yeah,
right now.
I'm just,
Yeah, like,
I'm just
I-
with her, like shaking my head back and forth.
Yeah, I'm just like, no, it wouldn't be multiple parts of a golden retriever. It's just
Eileen will just
one.
look and mouth sorry.
It turns into one golden retriever.
Fine.
No,
Fine.
it's not like a misshapen golden retriever. That's not how that works.
Yeah. Okay. And you're making the golden retriever during this as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's misshapen. I just said it has like different fur patches or anything like that. And oh, there he goes. And as you fire off to turn her into a golden retriever, the form kind of lurches backward for a second. You see her kind of take a step back, and her hand kind of moves back and starts to get a little larger for a moment, and then suddenly gets smaller. And as she just kind of begins to lean forward and lurch forward, you see parts of her body just reshaping for a moment before she gets back up and her body goes back to its normal form.
He's not a creature.
Constructs are.
No, constructs are creatures. However, special part about them and most constructs, or at least some of them, they can't be altered or affected.
Why didn't you tell me that before I cast the spell, dickhead?
You seem so sure of yourself. Besides, I feel like I was deserving of a little bit of enjoyment after what I had gone through.
It's
Just wanted to let-
infectious.
I give the dagger. I give a dagger to Amars. One
Think of it as a
second,
lesson.
I switch. Stab me. I switch with Permon.
Switch with Pramod? Actually,
Yeah,
also,
I
sorry, your Actually, your magic doesn't work. I forgot.
This is
Hey,
bard magic.
you're-
He said it for
Doesn't
an
matter.
hour.
For an hour. Your magic
What?
doesn't work. I think
She
everyone.
taking my
He
bard
said that.
magic?
Yeah,
He
he can
said
take. He
that.
can
Oh,
take
yeah,
all
yeah,
of
he
it.
said.
No!
I do. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
no, you
straight
you
up
couldn't
said
cast
that.
your
Your magic doesn't work for an hour.
Hold
Yeah,
up,
you sassed
hold up.
him one thing. You said, "Yeah, your magic's not gonna work for an
Hey,
hour."
yo, okay.
I forgot about that.
This
I
is
forgot
the
about that
best
part as well.
line.
Question,
Now,
all
time
right.
the fuck out. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. He has, if I remember correctly, he's 1 level warlock. That is these spells! Level 1! Level 1, nothing else. This is a 4th level. I earned it. It's my magic. He can touch it. He can touch the Eldritch Blast. He can
Yeah,
touch
but
the
it's
Head
his
Flame.
body.
Yeah, no, he has control of his body. He when you try to go through, your body does kind of jerk oddly and weirdly in some motions. I will say, you know what? Same timeline. He would have allowed this one because he knew it wouldn't have worked because he knows constructs in that regard. There.
So this is just this
Yeah.
is the double.
really did it to fuck with you.
Yeah. Quite literally, he
Let
was
you
totally
burn
fine
a
with it.
spell slot.
Yeah.
First thing I'm gonna do, gonna ask Vasilka if she's all right.
She shakes her head.
Is that a yes or a no?
She shook it once.
Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Good.
That's the new system of the day.
All
Does
right.
he actually switch though? Like, I'm actually kind of curious.
No, he just stabs his hand at the moment as you stab into your hand.
Oh, I don't stab him. I'm just waiting for. I'm just waiting
Oh.
to kind of see. Like,
No, Pramod doesn't come out at the moment, Octave. No.
oh, okay.
Well,
Suicide doesn't seem so bad anymore.
well
Oh
after
my
the-
god.
Oh man.
Well, it definitely was an attempt. Glad we tried just to make sure.
There is actually somebody I believe who could help you, Vasilka.
She just looks turns to you. Go ahead.
There's a man who sort of specializes in what you are, and he has an interest in specifically in another person like yourself by the name of Rorschach. The
A
key-
small marker. We made this distinction. She is a flesh golem.
Yes.
Warshak is a construct of sorts. So
Yes.
so they're not like 1-to-1.
It's not 1-to-1, but he would
Yeah.
have. I think he
It's-
would have an interest, is what I'm saying.
It's like an automaton to Frankenstein. I will say, like, you just notice that gap. I'm just saying.
I know the gap is there, but
Okay. I just
yeah,
want to make
it's there.
sure.
I'm just. He might have an interest in you, but the thing is, you'd have to stay there for a while.
Mr. DM,
Uh-huh.
this is really random, kind of. When Visoka speaks, what does it look like? I'm kind of paying close attention to her mouth. Like, what does it look like? Is she?
It's very spastic because of the form of like the mouth opens up very, very quick and full, even when little like words are kind of coming out. Not like full on like bad puppetry or something in that regard, but you definitely notice the extremes of it in a lot of aspects. I will say, oh, you weren't a part of that team. I'll say just roll me an Arcana check.
Of course, Arcana. I love
And
that.
and maybe maybe Maro and Eileen told you a bit, but we'll see.
Let's see.
Well, we did explain it to.
That's a 4.
We did explain what we were doing in regards to Visoka
Okay.
when we were talking to.
I'll allow it because of your. I will say also, you are attempting to read the lips. I'm aware, and with that proficiency of it and everything.
Well, I'm not really reading her lips in this case. I'm
Uh-huh.
more trying to grasp, like, does she have, like, is her body capable of speech?
So
Like,
this is okay, medicine check. That's different.
Yeah.
A secondary. We'll go into something else in a second. Go medicine on that one then. That's different. I apologize. I thought you were trying to figure something else out.
Because, like, if she
Wrong
get,
girl.
are you fucking kidding me?
With the information that you were given before, you do realize something. She's more than likely not able. And here's the reason why. You are right, actually. Her mouth doesn't have the complexity to it. And you wouldn't have found this out if it wasn't for the fact of not only paying attention here, but what Maro and Eileen had found out about her movements. It seems that she moves from her body being electrocuted, contrasting and so on and so forth. However, it's not complexities of those motions. Like, even as you see her move, she's not elegant, but she's able to move. And you realize that's the same thing as a mouth is a very complicated network of muscles and bone and stuff like that, and a tongue and so on and so forth. She's shocking her mouth to speak and have words come out through shocking parts of her diaphragm, her lungs, everything. But that's the best that she can make come out. So, unlike the abbot, you can see clearly she doesn't possess the ability to speak clearly. And without major modification, probably never will.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of mention that. Yeah, she just does not have the capabilities. I was thinking maybe. It's not.
You're lucky the DC was lowered, by the way, because of their earlier checks. Otherwise, that would not have made it.
No, like that's an 8. I was even upset. I was
if they hadn't told you, I was like, that's a 14 probably.
But I can't really speak. But it's mainly because I don't think that she was really built to speak. At least that wasn't built to speak in mind. Mouth is a very complicated network of muscles, and considering that she's being powered by electricity going through for her movements, that's a lot of fine tuning in terms of that regard. If you could find a way to modify her into having with someone who's more specialized in the matter, then it could be possible. Of course, I'm not really capable. I know nothing about this sort of thing, but kind of shrugs. Sorry, I was rambling.
No. DM? Would this... To actually modify the Silka, would this what tools would actually be required?
Surgery.
Sorry, that just reminded me of an old skit. I apologize. But with that, I will say this is a little out of your realm. I will allow. Oof.
A little.
I will allow. Yeah, I mean a little. I mean,
If you just want to say outright,
I'll allow an Arcana check, but it's a really high DC. Because you've kind of you figured out some aspects of what's wrong with her, but you are not trained in the creation of golems.
you know
But you can make an attempt to see what you would know.
you know what?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy who's sort of an expert in sort of constructs, and it's not 1-to-1, but he probably knows more.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just gonna go to him.
Okay, fair enough.
That's probably the best bet at this point.
All right.
All right. Now how to get the Silka in the city? Where am I again? Question is, where am I?
Okay. As for the two people here, we'll see what we can do with them. We have your permission to kill them. Correct.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Worst case
I-
scenario.
Worst case scenario, please.
Easy enough. If they can't do at least a little bit of work here, if they're too much trouble, we'll hold them off till you get back here. If they try to attack any of us, and then as he's saying that, Rictavio pops in. I'll kill them personally. You kill them personally then.
Thank you.
As for the big woman, she's going with you.
Just look towards tomorrow.
If
we could hide her in the house.
just
Maybe.
Well, we could just take her to Blinsky. Fuck it.
can I just
I don't want to do the Blinsky.
Good. Can I talk with you about that for a second?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. What's up?
Okay.
Did you need to take him to the side, or are you just saying here?
Yeah,
It's
no,
fine.
to the side.
Okay. What?
It's just.
I know.
Well, I was just gonna say like okay, but in terms of our talk here, are we? Is there anything else we need to discuss? Because we might be able to just enjoy the rest of the day if possible.
10 minutes.
Adrian does have a bottle for you. 2 bottles. Just parting gifts as you leave.
Okay.
Take him with you. He's downstairs. I'm good whenever. Besides these, I have nothing else to say. Nor do I.
Okay. In that case, I'll pick up Bismarck and we're gonna walk out of the room.
Hey. Bye, everyone.
I would just look at Eileen and like motion to the door.
Eileen will nod.
Yeah, just go with her and leave.
Did Mara take Rictavio away?
No.
Oh,
Davian.
Mars Davian.
Then I'll walk up to Rictavio when everyone's kind of gone.
Okay. We'll do Davian first, then we'll hit Octavio. Go ahead. Tomorrow.
Okay. So my intention for now is to have Vasilka come with us, but I'm in sort of a bind. Because on one hand, I would say in most intensive for most intense for most intensive purposes, Vasilka is a living being in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
But she right now has nowhere to go. And as much as I'd love to just place her in a place and leave, my worry is if somebody finds her, one, they might freak out and attack her and people can get hurt. And two, if somebody nefarious finds her, the one thing about Vasilka is she was made by the abbot. She's over 7 foot tall. She's very strong. somebody were to use the Silco against others, it could be dangerous. The only thing she knows is how to. The only thing she really knows is how to obey orders, and she listen to her master and look for a husband. And when she has a husband, all she does is listen to them. I'm not asking you to marry her. I'm asking you, can you, is there... Michael, you all right there?
My God.
I'm not asking you to marry her. What?
What? Huh?
Sorry, continue.
Where was I? Oh, I'm not asking you to marry her. But is there a place here for her where, if push came to shove, she won't be hurt by the people here?
No, not if there was an actual problem. I have to take care of my family first. Let alone, I am worried in our state to keep someone that is overtly strong within the household.
For the most part, she's very harmless. It's just that she was made by the abbot.
I know, you explained that to me. If you're saying to keep her here, I can do that. I'll keep an extra eye on her. But I will not guarantee her safety, along with the others. Like I said, if any harm or any signs, that's it.
Okay.
I don't even like the idea of keeping her compared to the other two, in all honesty. Those two, they look small, look easy to take. Her, she's big and packed with muscle.
Fair enough. For the most part, I was gonna take her to a place in Valaki that might have a place for her, that might be able to sort of take care of her and help her in the long run. But if not, I was going to
Have her here.
Have her here for the most part, because she's actually quite friendly for the most part.
When she's not trying to rip someone's hand off.
Are you done making comments, man?
That was Octave.
Octave don't know about that.
You're on the other side of the room, be having your own quiet conversation.
Damn. All right.
Like I said, I'm with it to a point.
That's understandable.
If she proves to be a danger to my family, someone that strong, someone of this stature, of this being, I don't like the idea of her being here. I will do it for you, in particular. But I cannot trust her safety here, if you choose to leave her here. That is all I'm saying.
That's fine.
Michael.
That is fine. Okay.
So you're just keeping her here, or are you taking her with you?
Give me a couple minutes.
Okay.
I just wanted to run it by you first.
Well, you know my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. And he leaves. He goes and leaves the room now. Your conversation with Octavio, Octave, go ahead.
Before I get that, Michael sent me something. I'm going to show it to all of you because
Oh,
you're a fucking
Lord.
dickhead. It's gonna be off stream, and let me preface this. Them flesh golems nose go crazy.
What?
What are you? I actually have no idea what you guys. I actually have no. What are you guys actually looking at?
Oh
No,
my
it's
god!
just what he
He's
said.
on stream.
Unless he said something somewhere.
No, it's also on his stream too.
I was.
He sent me this. I had to pause it.
Yo, that's hella disrespectful. I believe it. That's hella
I wasn't
disrespectful.
expecting it to. I wasn't expecting that to be
God,
displayed.
Caught out.
I'm
Yeah.
keep it
Yeah,
a buck.
I was
I'm gonna
hoping
keep it
that
a
that was
buck.
just gonna be like a.
No, I keep it a buck. You also make something funny, makes you laugh. I'm showing everyone because I don't want to get caught up by myself anymore.
Oh my god.
The flush going back,
Having-
shots go crazy.
Please get that off.
Conversation.
Get that off the
man.
screen, please. And then you and Rictavio. Go for it.
All right.
I can't breathe.
All right.
Then expire. Come on, you and me.
Okay.
Let's do this. We got this.
So, Justin, I know you asked your questions. I know I kind of waited last second to ask you one last one. If you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
What's about what you told me of how your pet wasn't very fond of after I smelt?
How the pet wasn't very fond of what? You're speaking very quietly.
How the pet wasn't your pet wasn't very fond of me after the whole.
Mhm.
Well, come to realize, sorry, I am Vistani. Just found out a few days ago.
Hmm.
Please do not kill me. I did not do anything.
He's just kind of looking forward a bit, not really at you. Just kind of gives a
However-
small nod to his head.
However, I found something, or I found out Vistani, and I want your help with it. I'm going to pull out the book. This was used to make me who I am, in a way. And without them knowing, I've been using it to develop new spells. And I think it's a solution to stop Strahd. But I'd be lying if I knew what I was doing.
I can tell just from the fact that you're using it. You're definitely using a dark tome of sorts.
Yeah. However, someone was going to use a lot worse than me, perhaps. But before I died, I cursed them, so you couldn't read it completely. So I did some good with it, don't you think?
No response.
Fair.
You can definitely tell there's been a shift in the air a little bit.
Yeah. Wanted to be honest with you. Didn't want to keep this secret. Just laying it all out.
Which is why I can respect that. Also, I wouldn't go close to the shed here.
Yeah, I really wanted him to be my friend, but that's fine.
He was specifically trained to hunt down Vistani, so...
I know. That's why I'm keeping a wide berth from it. Just let him know how much I miss him. But I can't run away from this book. Because I also think something's chasing after this book. Something that those people, the ones from Greyhawk, even into Brovia, some giant worm-like creature.
There's just like a curious look.
When reading the book, or when I was trying to understand more of it, I came across this weird mental idea of this giant, almost a picture of this giant worm chasing a man down who's holding this book. I believe that this worm is after this book, for whatever reason. Can't be good. However, I've been wondering if I could bait the worm. If I have to give up the book, that's fine by me. But kind of looks. I wonder if I could get that worm to just eat up all of Castle Ravenloft in one gulp. That'd be kind of good.
You're trying to reach towards a higher power that you have no idea of. Generally, how that would end with this consumption thing, you're probably going to be the one getting eaten by the end of it. anything that's alluring and powerful will come with some form of a cost. Especially if it's easy.
Well, I
I'm gonna
wouldn't
warn
say
you
this
about
is
that.
easy. Took my whole life. So I thought that was a fair enough trade, but let's give more. We do that. They used it, tried to make me into something I'm not. But I feel like they didn't even know what they were even doing with it.
And you do?
No. But I'm not gonna pretend I know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna do it.
You're just gonna do it, did you say?
Yeah. The people, well, Beckett, don't know, but they were trying to make something that could fight Strahd or whatever. Vecna, the other. Let me get the. Sorry, I need to get the spell because I have a hard time remembering right now. Something about Hextor, no, and Vecna, the Ebony Triad. Trying to bring it into Barovia to maybe handle Strahd. But it's weird because there's no mention of a worm, even though a worm's so closely related to this book.
Hmm.
And for the life of me, and all the lessons I've learned in the religion, I couldn't see a connection between Hex or Arachnal or Vecna the worm.
It's not something that's in my purview at the moment.
Yeah.
I'd either need to study the book or study more on Greyhawk. And I know Greyhawk more than I know Faerun. So I don't know for you.
Did question when that was in my memory? Did they ever talk about the town that not before Morvant? Yeah, but the people, what town they came from, Morvant.
No. Just said there was a bunch of people that came from Greyhawk. And that they were trapped and needed a bit of a welcoming party and a cheer up.
They were trapped in here, or were they trapped like?
They were
outside?
trapped in the Shadowfell. There were
Do you
people
know-
from the material plane in Greyhawk.
Do you know of some people in Greyhawk, maybe a long time ago, that got trapped in Shadowfell? Maybe a legend of a town disappearing, maybe a great destruction.
Oh, plenty.
Name some.
As he honestly, that's the thing. I'll say he could go through and name probably like 18 of just towns disappearing or great destructions of Greyhawk. They're little towns or anything happen all the time, and this is probably just his own knowledge, and he would end it probably with, I'm not even a historian. If you're talking about something that happened in ancient times, why is in Greyhawk of a small little town disappearing off the blink of existence? That could be lost lore knowledge that I have no partaking in. I'm not a historian. I'm a hunter.
Is it okay before we can? Why is there Greyhawk's towns just disappearing very quickly? I'm a little more concerned on that part. Just randomly.
Do you not have towns and things that die over decades and decades and decades and decades?
I didn't have a town. Last time I remember, I don't really remember much about my life before waking up on a roach.
That place of Berez, did you know about it when you came here, or do other people generally know about it?
No.
There you go.
Yeah.
Things like that can just go. You can be living within miles away as well. I'm sure you've heard of some events that had happened in Faerun involving the tyranny of dragons. The age of Tiamat coming to play. There have been places here and there that have popped up and gone. I couldn't name every single one.
I heard about it. More so from Vermont being angry that somehow you got killed by some people, but about that, yeah.
There you go. There's unfortunately no way to figure out and pinpoint it without either some more details, some more information, or pre-existing knowledge that I don't either seem to have or don't recall in this time. Either I would need time with the book, or some outsource of knowledge. I tried to think on your Ebon Triad that you spoke of earlier, but I didn't have anything. Or your Ebony Triad, I apologize.
Fair. That's fine then, never mind. I'll let you be, and I apologize for my discerning nature.
You can't. You can't control it. Just as much as I can't control mine. Besides, you weren't born of them. There's a difference. I could see it. Go on, your friends are waiting.
And I leave.
Alright. You guys are handed 2 bottles of wine. If you want to say, which we can just skip, just stay an extra 5 or 10 minutes or whatever, you guys get a short rest and then you can head on your way.
Sure.
Alright. And with that, with your newfound knowledge, with your discussion both in revelation and some somber aspects, and the idea of whether or not you are bringing Vasilka with us still in play, but we will know when we come back to the next session, we are going to end session there.
Thank you.
Sorry for holding it a little long, guys. I did not expect those talks to take that long in the slightest.
Honestly,
My-
I feel like we got somewhere.
Yeah, those I wrote down on my thing. I was like, those talks, like at most 2.5 hours. Like I was so off on that one. Good lord. But yeah, no, there's little tidbits here and there. A lot of information, a lot of doodads, a lot of things. Oh, a lot of information heavy. All right. With that though, thank you everyone here who came in to watch and view. Thank you everyone who stuck around. We hope you guys had a good time here. We recommend you still check out Salt as well, especially throughout this entire week, as he is still doing the Minecraft SMP. And you're still doing it after this too, right?
You know what? No.
You're tired? Fair enough. You know what?
I'm fading.
Honestly, fair. Get yourself ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Kick some ass tomorrow.
I will. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem. All right. But with that, we are going to go off the air. These guys need a little bit of a break, a little bit of that mental fatigue, mental fog, all that kind of stuff. And we cannot wait to see you guys on the next week as we continue on our journey.
You know
See you
what,
guys.
guys?
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say see you guys later, but go ahead.
You know what, guys? Curse of Strahd is a little crazy. But with good friends, good information, you can get through it. And
Whatever
for
it
that,
takes.
Oh, God, no.
whatever it takes, that be it, no soul, a dark book, or whatever Vasilka is, we'll make it through.
Flesh golem.
Flesh golem. That. Anyway. Bye.
Bye-bye.